Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me out there? Microphones, can you hear me? I think you hear me all right? Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Joint Revenue Committee meeting. Appreciate everyone's attendance. First item, if we please call the roll today, Clarissa, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for the Joint Revenue Committee for October 3rd. Senator French.
Here.
Senator Ide.
Here.
Senator McEwen.
Excused, yeah.
Senator Pappas.
Here.
Representative Bear.
Here.
Representative Byron.
Here.
Representative Locke.
Present.
Representative Northrup.
Here.
Representative Oakley.
Here.
Representative Storer.
Here. Here.
Representative Strock.
Here.
Representative Zwanitzer.
Here.
Co-chairman Beitman.
Here.
Chairman Hirschman.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. We're just to follow up on our meeting rules, decorum rules. If anyone wants to provide public testimony or anybody testifying, we appreciate your testimony, and just come up and introduce yourself, where you're from, who you represent. Always work through the chair so we don't have individual conversations going. And appreciate everybody's decorum yesterday. It was really good. We got a lot of work done today. We have several bills, 3 topics in the afternoon that might move forward farther as well. So the first item on our agenda is our LSO 252, the property tax refund program, or some suggested changes to the program that we had major changes to last year, that we had the update on yesterday with the nearly 9,000 Wyoming households that received significant refunds. So we have a little working group that put together some proposed changes on that. So good morning, Mr. Anderson. Take us through the bill.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Josh Anderson, LSO. Again, yeah, this is 24 LSO 252, working draft 0.4. As you noted, this was put together through one of the subcommittees that you guys had assigned to look at some different options related to property tax relief. It was Senator Pappas, Representative Bear, and Representative Storer. And the bill, they wanted to look at kind of 2 different things in the bill. They wanted to look at potentially revising the definition of taxable income, and then also providing kind of a phase out of the refund for those people that make more than that 125% of the median income that was added to the bill last year. So on page 2 of the bill, Mr. Chairman, you can see the new definition of taxable income. There was some discussion about whether this is where they want to go necessarily, but this was the first stab at this. Taxable income, as used in this paragraph, shall mean the taxable income reported to the Internal Revenue Service, excluding any income reported to the Internal Revenue Service that is attributable to social security benefits. And then allowing or requiring any additional documentation to verify that taxable income. On page 3, Mr. Chairman, you can see there's some additional changes to from gross income to taxable income. And then again, we're extending that on line 5 from 125% of the median gross household income to 175% of the median gross household income. I'd note there on line 6 that we didn't change gross household income there for purposes of comparison, simply because there isn't really a county-wide or statewide taxable income that we could compare to. So we left that as you're still comparing to the median gross household income. Bottom of page 3 and over to page 4. Here we say the current calculation of the refund is now a maximum amount, which then starting on line 5 is adjusted based on your taxable income. So you see there in subparagraph 1, starting on line 11, if your taxable income is 125% or less of that median income, the refund is 100% of that maximum amount. And then here's where we start the phase out. So then at 130%, the refund would be 95% of that maximum amount. And over to page 5, then 135% would be an 85% refund. 140% would be 75%. 145% would be 65%. 150% would be 55%. Over to page 6, 155% would be a 45% of the refund. 160% would be 35%. 165% would be a 25% of the refund. 170% would be 15% of the refund. And then finally, 175%, you get 5% of that refund that was calculated. The remainder of the bill, Mr. Chairman, is just making conforming changes to that then optional county property tax refund programs. I think that's essentially the bill, Mr. Chairman. I turn it over to Dean or take any questions.
Okay. Mr. Tempty, do you have some more to?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, this will be short because my response will be, we do not have an estimate for this yet. This bill draft came out relatively recently in the past couple of weeks. We did not have a chance to share it with the Department of Revenue yet, and I believe their input would be vital in coming up with an accurate estimate of this. It is adding additional folks who would qualify because if I remember correctly, House Bill 99 passed during the 2023 session increased that median income from 75 to 125, 125%. And this increases it again from 125% to 175%. So it would certainly throw more folks into the mix, but at reduced levels as you increase from the 125 to 175. And as Director Henson indicated yesterday, the way this bill stands right now, this would have a pretty significant administrative impact to them as well to program all of these tiers within this bill. So I was glad I did not try to give you an estimate without talking to the Department of Revenue first.
What, any other thoughts then on this? I guess my other first question on to start off, and then committee can ask gentlemen questions, but what's your thoughts then also on the changing of the gross to taxable income excluding Social Security? I mean, that will throw more folks in as well, right? I mean, you take about two, spouses, maybe most of their income out of the mix.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, I would agree with that statement. I mean, this is starting to really mess with the definitions that are established in the Internal Revenue Code, because actually Social Security benefits for many people are considered taxable. They're non-taxable for certain people at the lower income spectrum, but for a lot of folks, they are taxable on their individual income tax return. So this would be a change for sure.
Representative Northrop has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's the tax or what's the dollar figure for the 175%?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would have to look that up and get back with you. I have not looked at those tables.
Any members of the working group, any comments on any of those questions? Representative Bear and Representative Storr is online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was trying to get logged in here so I can look at Representative Storr's email from last night, but she had done some more research on the definition of income, and I'll just have her shake her head yes or no if what I say is correct or not. But I believe what she found is that we're creating a bit more of a mess than we thought by digging into this. So both of us feel like we're probably better off to back that back out and simply work on expanding the program to higher income levels and leave that income alone, because we're getting into areas of income that are very difficult to define. We're probably making more work for the Department of Revenue than we intended to.
Hey, Representative Storr, do you have any comments on that?
I do thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I agree with Representative Bear. We thought it was maybe an elegant solution to just redefine the income. And our effort was to try to help retirees and folks with disabilities more. But it turned out not to be a great idea. And I can say that because it was my idea. And I do think with the bills we worked yesterday with the exemptions, that's a better way to provide more relief for folks than trying to mess with the income definition. But the stair stepping idea, or the phasing out, still I think has merit. As Director Henson reported yesterday, 76% of the applicants who were qualified for the refund actually got the maximum refund, and that's what we're seeing in Teton County as well. So, and if you just earn $1 more, then you don't get anything. So it's a real cliff. So I did some. These were based on, I think, 2022 median income. So in Natrona County, the 175%, to answer Representative Northrop's question, of course it's county by county. And so that 175% in Natrona, for example, is about 116,000. In Teton County, it's about 180,000 for household income. So at that level, you would be getting a very, very modest refund, $40 in Natrona and $200 in Teton County. But it does at least provide a stair step down instead of a cliff for folks who are, in the middle income area and still paying excess, really steep property tax. I just got some calls this week since our tax bills did go out, and people really do appreciate it. I think the refund program really is working the way we want it to, and it's been a really good solution for a lot of folks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions by the committee or Representative Senator Pappas?
I do want to thank my subcommittee members for working on this. I do also agree that we ought to not mess with the definition and change it back to the original language. However, I agree with Representative Storer that the ratcheting effect here is very helpful. That cliff that she mentioned is it's $1 could just like mess you up real bad. So I think that this bill has merit. I really would like to hear what the Department of Revenue has to say about it. So hopefully they'll come up and talk about it. But I believe that they have that the phasing out has a lot of merit. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. You'll stand ready if we have further questions. Okay, we'd like to hear from the department. You guys, since you administer this program and what's involved with more tiers. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. The tiers, obviously, it can work. It will take some programming. I would like to ask that perhaps a reduction in the number of tiers might be beneficial. Again, you have a situation where taxpayers, it's fairly clean right now, on what you can get, 75% up to 1/2 of the median residential property tax bill. That's what the program and what they can expect to receive in a refund if they qualify. But I do think that there would be some confusion related to that income point. So what we would have to do is for each of the 23 counties, starting with that the median household income for each county. So we've got the provision for each county to do that. And then, as we discussed yesterday, if your county's median household income is less than the statewide average median household income, then that kicks in. So we've already got that accounted for in our programming. But with this, we would just have to make this calculation within our system. The key is in the system that all we're keying in as we administer this law is their income. And then the system goes out to the lookup tables and determines what's the amount of their property tax refund based on what their total tax bill was. And so it would just take a bit of time. As you know, we send out applications and make them available April 1st. So there'll be a real quick turnaround, just like there was in 2023, to get this new information out. And then applications need to be in no later than June 5th in the current statute. So it's just, if we're going down this path, we just want to make sure that we start with ETS and getting some programming done. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, questions, committee. So when you say fewer tiers, I mean, that's kind of when I looked at that, I thought, why couldn't we go maybe every 10% or just cut it in half or cut it at 155 or something, add a few more tiers, but so it's just less. I think less confusion, less.
Mr.
everything.
Chairman,
Yeah.
less
whatever.
benchmarks. You don't want to be in a situation where you're having to create a pamphlet for each county because the numbers are so significantly different.
Yeah,
That was the only suggestion that I had.
okay, great. Members, any questions of the director? Okay, thank you. And
Thank you, Mr.
stand by.
Chairman.
Oh, I think we do have a question. Senator Ide has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, in the past, how onerous or how encumbersome is it to deal with this refund program? How many man hours? I mean, does it involve a lot of time and effort? And if we add more to that, is that, what does that mean for your budget? Thank you.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, the customer outreach is significant. So in our admin services, you may recall, we were pleased to get one position to administer this program. Well, that doesn't work. So I have in administrative services, I have a total of 10 individuals in that division. And during property tax refund time, all 10 individuals are working on this program, along with anyone who has any time in the mineral tax division, property tax division. It's all hands on deck to get these things processed. And I've got people on the phones constantly, taking phone calls. After a weekend, we're returning a lot of messages. I just would encourage the legislature to try and make it as clear as possible. I mean, we prop up a website, the application themselves. I mean, it's 4 pages, but 2.5 pages are instructions on how to complete the form. And really all we're asking for is, provide us with your ownership information, provide us with a copy of your tax bill, and then provide us with your income information and then attach proof of income. But there are still a lot of questions that our residents have. And we really appreciate any assistance that county treasurers across the state, because they bring in the application and the county treasurers can have that face-to-face conversation. And I'll let them speak to how much time is involved and in their offices. But it was significant to go from 3,085 refunds this year to 8,800 plus. But that's our job. Thank you for the question.
Representative Oakley has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director. During the session, and I just don't have it in my materials, but I had the list of like median income. What is 175% of, like, do you have it on you? I guess, can you tell us what 175% is of the top 3 counties, or does somebody have a sheet of the 23 median
I have the 125% and I could do some calculations, but I had not, but I believe Representative Storer had that information when she was discussing it. Haven't broken it down, and maybe someone's just done the statewide, but unfortunately, I did not provide a lot of legwork on this bill right now.
And so
we
the
will.
statewide average is similar. I think Representative Storr said Natrona County was 116, Teton was 180. And that statewide is probably closer to Natrona, I'd guess, or
Yeah.
maybe a little under
Even
that.
if we chose any of those that were at the 86,400, that was that statewide average, and then add 50%
Yeah,
on top
exactly.
of that.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Okay, any other members of the public that would like to comment on this bill, or please come forward. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joel Shell, the treasurer in Converse County, representing the Wyoming County Treasurers Association this morning. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on this bill. For this bill, we just want to echo Director Henson's comments about adding to the complications. When we deal with the customers at the counter with this, their main question is, what am I going to get? What's my refund? And so you are adding some complication for us to be able to tell them that on the fly. As well as we did have 5 counties that are implementing the county program. And we'd like to see that, expand to more counties, but of course, the more complicated it is to implement that program and develop your own software to determine who qualifies and who doesn't, we're going to see, I think, a reluctance in the adoption of that program. In addition, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the committee for an additional change to the program that's currently not in this bill draft. What we would ask for is in 3913-109 C6A, where we set the deadline for the applications for the county specifically. What we're seeing now is that the deadline for the county program is the first Monday in September. So this year that was September 5th. We know that people who are applying for the state program also, because the criteria is the same, would automatically qualify for the county program. So those of us that are running the county programs, we tried very hard to get people who were applying to the state program to get into ours as well. But we know we missed some of those people. There was more publicity, just more awareness of the state program because it's existed before, where the county program was new. So we didn't catch some of those people. The statute currently has the Department of Revenue giving a list of the people who qualified for the state program to the counties on September 30th, right? Which is 3 weeks or so after our program is closed. So we would love the opportunity to be able to see that list and have time to contact the people who qualified for the state program and who would therefore automatically qualify for ours if we could just get them in and sign an application. And so we would ask that you change that language that says on or before the first Monday in September for the deadline to apply for the county program into on or before the second Monday in October, which would then give us about 2 weeks after we get the list from DOR to reach out to county people and get them involved in our program as well. So we'd appreciate your consideration of that change.
Thank you, Treasurer, for your testimony. Did everybody get our staff got that, so we're good to go. Okay, any questions of the Treasurer? Okay, Representative Bear has a question.
Thank you for being here, Treasurer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned the difficulty for other counties to join onto the system based on the complexity that this adds to the program, but this complexity is really solely on the state program side, where the state software would cover this particular expansion of the program. And I don't believe it would apply to the county specific programs that we're talking about them signing on to. Is it just because this is becoming more difficult that they may assume that that's also going to be the case with the county program?
Treasurer?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear. So we do have people who are applying for both. And I know, the Department of Revenue offered for the counties implementing the program to use their ITS system or some version of it. I don't know whether anybody did that or not. So the 5 counties who are running the county systems are doing it with their own software somehow, right? We developed a database that does it. But these tiers, my understanding of the bill would also apply to the counties as well. And while we can jump on the backs of the Department of Revenue for those people who applied at the state and just say, look, let the state determine whether they qualify or not. And if they did, then they qualify for us and we'll determine the amount of refund. We do also have people who missed or didn't apply to the state for whatever reason, or are just applying for the county program. And in those cases, we would have to make the determination based on these tiers ourselves or in our software that's that we've developed to determine whether they're qualifying or not. So that level of complication exists at the counties as well as the state. We're not able to just jump on the state in all cases and let them make the determination and then just follow along with what they're doing.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't think we anticipated this applying to the 25% that counties can add on, because I think all of our numbers are based on the 75% number that the state would provide. So I guess if we're going to do that, we probably need to specify some more information in the tiers, or maybe specify excluding the county portion and just making the county simply that portion which is always applied to, and not applying it to higher income levels. Would you prefer either of those 2 options?
Treasurer.
Representative Harshman, or Chairman Harshman, Representative Bear. First of all, it goes beyond the 25%, right? If people are above the median cap, for example, if your taxes are $1,600, and in our county you're capped at a $674 maximum refund, then you're getting $674 from the state and $674 from the county. So it's not just the 25%. But yeah, we would prefer first, for those tiers to be consistent, right? To not have separate calculations that we're making at the state and the county. And the calculations of the county are already more complicated because we're looking at what the state refunded, and then we have that calculation based on, not to exceed 100% of their tax bill, and not to go over the median, as well as not going over, the percentage, the 75% that they can get for us. So ours is already complicated. We would prefer not to have additional complication to that, but understand the reason for the tiers. So whatever we can do, I think, to make it consistent, but, a reasonable calculation is what we would appreciate.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. Any other questions if we did one thing to really probably improve this, I think would, just listening to your testimony, Treasurer, be to move those dates.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
That to me is a simple little fix that we can help a lot more people, I think. Okay, very good. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Okay, any other members of the public would like to testify? Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. You've heard there are 5 counties that are implementing a program. In fact, Sublette County is meeting today to determine whether they're going to put more money into their program as the applications have come in. I will say, from our perspective, this is the most effective means of getting relief to individuals. For these individuals that qualify for this program, most counties could zero out their mill levy and still not provide as much relief as this program can. So from that perspective, we see it as important. I want to provide you one other data point. I shared with you yesterday Niobrara's number in terms of the amount of additional property tax, residential property tax that they're taking in. If you looked at Converse County, between 2018 and 2023, they're taking in an additional $461,930 in residential property taxes. They are refunding more than that amount through this particular program. In fact, that county put up a $2 million residential property tax refund program, for which, for some context, is nearly $300,000 more than their entire residential property tax take, which means they're grabbing into some mineral revenue in order to provide this particular relief, and they believe in it so much that they're willing to do that. But I think it's important to understand where that burden can transmit to. Mr. Chairman, relative to the bill, you heard from the treasurer about the complexity. This does add complexity because the state program just mirrors into the county program. Now, the one difference for the county program is that you set maximums by which we can apply. So a county could adopt a system that's lesser than what you're putting here. But I do agree with the treasurer that the more complexity you put in, the more difficult it makes for some of the counties to consider either continuing or perhaps getting into the game. Mr. Chairman, if I could express one other thought for your consideration, and I apologize, I'm not the guy to write this particular language, but if there's one reason that I hear from counties that they don't get into this, if I hear there's one reason they don't get into this particular program is that they alone carry the burden of implementing the county property tax refund program. So in other words, they're dipping into their general funds, but the schools, the special districts, and municipalities are being made whole through the funds that they ultimately put forward.
Excuse me, am I hearing something, or is there a phone on, or somebody's got? Is it somebody in the audience, or is that Representative Store or somebody online? I can't hear anything, so. We're good? Okay, thank you. Continue, sorry.
So, Mr. Chairman, my request of you is that you adopt an amendment that allows for those other taxing entities to participate alongside the county in these programs. So in other words, the school districts, the special districts, and the municipalities in a particular county could band together with the county and participate in the program. That's not the way that the program sits right now. But if you made that flexibility, I think you would likely see a few additional counties come into the fold and offer refund programs in the coming year. And with that, Mr. Chairman, appreciate your consideration of this bill. I do think it's an appropriate thing for us to move forward, and would stand for any questions.
Okay, members, any questions? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ryman, would you tell me what your thoughts are on this expansion of the program? Do you believe that this has merit as well as the program in general? Is this a good direction for us to go, even though it is complicated?
Mr. Reman.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I have a good solid answer for you. I do believe in this approach, whether adding additional relief at higher income levels is appropriate as a policy decision that I've been able to discuss with the commissioners at this time. But I'll certainly have that conversation coming into session and be able to bring that back for you.
Okay, Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I'm honest, I guess I'm not really going to frame it as a question because you just addressed it. But I would be interested to hear the commissioner's position on the 175%. Because it seems to me taking it that high. So if the state median income is 66,508, we're at 116,389. And then adding that layer from 125 to 175 is what makes it a nightmare to administer. So I'd be interested in their candid thoughts on this, if the difficulties in administration, are warranted for this. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, I'll absolutely bring that answer back.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Senator McCowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make sure I understood some numbers you said for just Converse County. So they brought in 400,000, some change more, and then gave out $2 million or 1.6 difference in refunds. Did I understand that correctly?
Go ahead. Yep, Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Chairman, I'll break that down really quickly. So between 2018 and 2023, Converse County is taking in an additional $461,930 in residential property tax. That's the increase that they've seen over that time. They have put aside $2 million for their property tax refund program. Their entire take in 2023 of residential property taxes was $1.7 million. And just to be clear, they've put aside that amount. Applications just, those were due last month. The refunds have to be issued by December. So I don't have for you a figure of how much they're actually going to refund out of that, but it's my understanding it'll be north of that $460,000.
So thank you, oil and gas. I mean, they're taking it from somewhere.
Mr. Chairman, they're obviously dipping into minerals, ag and other property taxes in order to.
Very good. Mr. Senator McCowen, follow up.
I just need some help. It seems to me refunding more money than we're bringing in on residential property tax. Well, why would we even bring in residential property tax? The program seems to be costing more than the government's gaining. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator McEwen. Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, the reason that happens is that the county has to pay the school district mills, which are several times the number of mills that they collect. They have to pay the special district, they have to pay the municipalities. So in some of these programs, it does have to be larger than your own residential property tax take. Again, the county in all of these examples is using its own general fund, but everybody else remains whole in the system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McEwen, Senator McEwen. Any other members' questions, Mr. Raymond? Okay, thank you for your testimony, being here today. Okay, any other folks here would like to comment, testify on this bill? Anyone, nobody online? Nobody here in the audience would like to testify? Okay, so we're going to close public comment. Committee members, what's your pleasure with this working draft 252? Silence is definitely.
Move the bill.
Okay, it's been moved by Senator Pappas. And a second by Representative Bear. Okay. Okay, so let's work this bill, and any discussion first, I guess. Does somebody have any thoughts before we? I think we heard some of that in our testimony from part of the working group. Okay, page 1, flipping over to page 2. Is there an amendment on page 2? I think there is. Who's got it? Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, again, this is a conceptual one, and the intent is just to remove the taxable income and go back to the old language.
Keep the original language. Staff,
And-
yeah,
and then-
is there a second? Second. So it's been seconded here by Representative Northrop. Okay, so that would basically on page 2 to remove those potential changes to keep the current definitions and statute. Any discussion on that amendment? All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. Okay, that amendment has been adopted. We're back to the original language that's in law. Okay, any other amendments on page 2? Okay, and then moving over to page 3. Any amendments? I think the last amendment would affect line 2 and the line 3. Is that correct, Josh? Yeah, okay, that's part of that for sure, that definition. Okay, and then the next change is on lines 5 and 6, where the 125 goes to 175. Any discussion on that? You know, just listening to, I'll just throw this out there, but listening to the discussion, I thought maybe, you know, with all these tiers at every 5%, maybe we just add one tier at 150 or 50%. I mean, just to make it simple. I don't know, I just get too complicated on some of this stuff, but anyway, I just thought I had, but Representative Byron, what's your thoughts?
Thank you, Chairman Harshman. Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, there's a lot of discussion when this bill originally passed last year and of that 125 and I do, just to add to discussion, feel like 175 might be a little bit, higher than the body might have will to go right now. So I do like that concept that you just suggested and would certainly, like to entertain it.
So are you making a motion? No? Yeah, okay. Representative Oakley, what's your motion?
I will make the motion excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is, and I mean, I guess we'll let LSO do the drafting, but it's basically to scrap all this and do it as one more tier at 150. That's it.
And is there a percentage you'd qualify then, the 150 for 50% of it?
Yes,
Is that
yes,
what you were?
that's what I mean, using from your concept, and I think it's a good one. I can't support it to be honest, the way it is. This is a nightmare. It'd be absolute nightmare to administer. And I think 175 is way too high. I just did using the 86,400 as the statewide average. That's over 151,000. Again, we can't expect oil and gas to cover everything. People have to pitch in to the services they're receiving. So yes, that's the motion.
Is there a second to that motion? 150. Okay, is Representative Byron seconds that. Further discussion then? Any discussion on adding, basically scrapping all these tiers, as I understand it, 150 for 50%. Staff has that. You know, any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no.
No,
I think that. Was that a no? Better do a show of hands. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that motion has not been adopted. Are there any further motions then we'll move on page 4 and page 5. Any amendments? Proposed amendments to 4 and 5. Okay, how about to 6 and 7? I think just a question for staff. It would start on page 7, line 6, the county program. You'd have to pull in that statute, but that'd be the appropriate place for that. Change that date to the second Monday in October. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. It would be on page 7 after line 12, we would add in subparagraph A and make that change to that.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, any other amendments and on anybody interested in that amendment on the date change that the good treasurer brought to us? Representative Storr? Did you?
no, I support that. I did want to suggest a change on the tiers when that's appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's finish up this concept on that date. We can certainly go back to that. You bet. Okay. Is there someone wants to make that motion on bringing in that paragraph A on line 13, page 7, to change the date for the counties?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Oakley, seconded by Representative Northup. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That has been adopted. Okay, Representative Storr?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think that there's probably more tiers than we need, but I still stair stepping. So I think at least going to, instead of 5% increments, going to 10% increments would make sense. It'd be easier to administer. I don't think this is, I think they can put this into the program according to Director Henson and still make it work and not really require a huge amount of work once it's in the system. And if 175% isn't the right number, let's have a discussion about what we think is the right number. But again, the idea was just to create a path, a glide path, I think, for folks. And part of the discussion we had in the working group was the fact that a lot of people feel like, at least when they're getting something back, they've been heard. They understand, that we're reflecting their concerns about these high values and high tax as a result. So in some ways, it's more important to get something than nothing at all. So that was our thinking behind it. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the bill? Senator Pappas.
I'm assuming that was a motion to go to the 10%, and I'd second that.
I don't know. I have a
That
hard
was-
time hearing.
Sorry, that was a motion to go from 5% increments to 10% increments.
So there's a motion that's been seconded, and I'm just gonna ask our staff, or just maybe Senator Pappas, so let's just go to like page 4. How would that start affecting that on? So just, you would go from 125 to 135, is that what was proposed? So we do every other one?
Correct.
Just so we're all understanding that,
Correct.
okay. That's what everybody understands. So you would eliminate then, just so I'm clear, you'd eliminate Romanet 2 on line 17 on page 4. And then you would keep Roman 3, eliminate 4, keep 5, eliminate 6, is that? And flipping over, keep 7, eliminate 8, keep 9, eliminate 10. That Representative Storer, is that characterize what you said?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's perfect.
So that would put the top at 170 then, or would it?
It would still be 175, Mr. Chairman, on page 7. You would keep 11 as well.
Oh, you would, okay. Okay, very good. Okay, any further discussion on that amendment? It's been seconded by Senator Pappas, so any further discussion? Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a pretty good compromise. Obviously, we cut in half the amount of stair steps, but we keep the idea of the gradual stair stepping down. We eliminate the cliff effect that Representative Storer mentioned, and her concerns are absolutely valid there. And, just a reminder that this 175 sounds like a lot of money, but we're only allowing 5% of the maximum when you get to that tier. So it's really dollar wise, it's not going to be a lot of dollars. And so just don't let the 175 scare you. Thank you. I'll support this.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, sensing you're ready to vote on this amendment, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That has been adopted. Are there any further amendments on 252, this working draft 252? Discussion on this. Go ahead, Representative Zwani.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I just maybe need a very simple answer. The money for this program comes from where? And is it unlimited, or is there a certain amount that we appropriate each biennium? I guess is my first question. I'll have some follow-ups. If Josh or Dean can take that one.
Mr. Tempe?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwanich, yes, this money is appropriated. It is included in the Department of Revenue's budget. And there was Director Henson discussed yesterday that it was funded at $3 million for the biennium. the legislature added another 5 million this past session, which was insufficient and needed an additional 2 million. And I'll let the Department of Revenue speak more specifically, but my impression was the estimate now is $10 million a year for the program as it is written now. So, and this will increase that impact.
And so I guess, Mr. Chairman, my question is, why is there not an appropriation we're attaching to this bill? I guess my fear is we have more people utilizing the program. Eventually, there's not going to be money there. And then I'm not sure what happens. First person to apply gets money. And then if you're late to the game, you're just.
I think, yeah, that's good. I think it's prorated actually is, if I recall, and I don't think that's that part of the statutes in the bill, but the good director can.
Thank you.
Update. So that's a good point. Representative Swanser.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanser. So at one time in the past, it was a biennium. We had spent X amount of dollars. We knew we only had X left. And then we did. What ultimately happened is we held all the applications till the end of the application time period, till we got everything processed. And then we prorated down based on the funding that was available. This past year, we made that choice to go ahead and start processing and sending out refund checks immediately. And that's why I found myself in a situation where I needed 2 million plus to fund everybody's applications. And so certainly, as I provided the information yesterday, we know that the median residential property tax bill has gone up. I gave you that information yesterday. So without changes in the system or in the statute, we know that that's going to increase the amount of those refund checks. We also know that the residential household income, when we get those numbers in February of 2024, we anticipate that those are going to be higher than they were previously. So we know that there's going to be an impact there. I will tell you that I don't request the funding within my budget. That's where it is, but it's the Joint Appropriations Committee and through this committee and the legislature that during the session, you will determine to what level you wish to fund the program or none. 2020, there was no funding available for the program. So even though it's on the books, it's not available. As we go down this path, I anticipate under current statute, I would suggest a $20 million appropriation for the biennium. With these changes, we'll definitely work with Legislative Service Office to identify that impact for your consideration. And you're right, that money comes from the general fund.
Okay, Director. So I think you answered our question. You don't request this. It's not a line item in your budget. So we probably should create another section and put an appropriation in this bill. And the Appropriations Committee will take care of it one way or the other, either through this bill or through, House Bill Senate File 1. So, okay, thank you. Okay, very good. Senator Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Thank you, Director. Yeah, it's a quick question to you. You mentioned we didn't have this program in 2020. How about prior to that? Just to give a little history. Thank you.
Just to be clear, we had the program. We just didn't fund it in 2020, but go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that is accurate. And Senator Ida, unfortunately, I know that it was funded in 2019, but I'm going to have to refresh my memory on the years prior. I do know the program's been in place for 20 years in another form.
Senator McEwen.
I have a question for LSO, Mr. Tempty. As we look at this, it appears to be a tax cut. But are we actually going to end up spending more money or as much money through the program? And we're going to take it out of another tax fund. So somebody's gonna eventually pay the bill and it's probably gonna be the taxpayer. Am I correct in that assumption?
Go ahead, Mr. Tempty.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, as Director Henson said, there has been money appropriated to hold the, to fund the program, if you will. In cases where it was not fully funded, the program didn't run at all, or the amount is reduced. The current statute allows the amounts refunded to taxpayers to be reduced to fit within the dollar amounts appropriated.
Follow up.
So we're basically gonna lean on the mineral extraction industry? Or, I mean, I guess there's only X amount of dollars. And it's gotta come from somewhere if we don't reduce spending. So how do you see if that appropriation's done, where would you believe it's gonna come from, if not the property tax owners?
Mr. Tempty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
General fund, right, Mr. Tempty?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, this program has historically been funded from appropriations from the general fund, which is funded from a variety of sources. Sales tax is the biggest contributor to general fund revenues. Severance taxes also contribute to general fund revenues. There's investment income from the Permanent Mill Trust Fund and the state agency pool. And then there's other general fund revenues from a variety of sources. They show up in table 1 and table 2 of the consensus revenue estimating group forecast. And I can go over that in detail if you like.
Okay, thank you. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually, in two different ways, just want to echo the point just made by Senator McEwen, which is two things. So first of all, we heard that it's not going to be a lot of dollars at that 175 level because they only qualify for a small percentage. So if it's not going to be a lot of dollars, I can't imagine that we would take on the difficulty of administrating and going through each one of these. They have to verify income, write checks, do all this stuff for what we've discussed wouldn't be a lot of dollars. And by the way, this is somebody who makes over $150,000 possibly. And on top of that, yes, then the money has to be put back in somewhere else. And we know where that's going to be. If the property tax, somebody making $150,000 is going to get refunds on their property taxes, it will be oil and gas that makes it up. So to me, this creates a nightmare at a level for somebody who I don't think probably really needs the tax relief. And then we are creating other government positions that have to administer it and then paying for those with another entity. The 175 is too much for me. And I'm not sure what we're getting here. That's my opinion on it.
And that's the director has a comment and then, okay, you're good.
I didn't know if the committee was, if I could be excused.
Oh, certainly, but stand ready. Yeah, thank you. I think we actually have a question for you, Director. You're not off the, I think we're gonna question to the director here. We'll continue. I think Representative Swanson.
And I'm not trying to be uncouth here, but how did you decide to immediately start processing refunds this year instead of waiting till the end of the application cycle? Is there anything in statute or the budget that directed you to do that? Because as you can tell, I'm very concerned, right, that we're going to run out of money and the last 20% of people to get nothing. So what led you to do that? Just the belief that we had some money and we would make it right this year?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwanitzer, that's an excellent question. I truly believe that we were going to have sufficient funds. I did not anticipate that as many of the applications would be receiving the maximum. I thought that we would have more refund checks that were at that 75% of their property tax bill. And when they started coming in and they were significantly a higher percentage of them at that maximum. That's when we determined in July that we were going to not have sufficient funding. Now it's possible that we could make it common practice to simply wait to process those and then prorate those tax amounts. But I believe everyone in this room knows that there was a lot of pressure to get some relief into the hands of the property owners of the state as soon as possible. And we believed we made the right decision at the time.
Any other questions of the director? Okay, now I
Chairman?
think you're good. Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, I heard. Representative Store, I think, has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Henson, my understanding, so there was $2 million in the end that was shortfall. Was that something that the administration made up on its own through the governor's office? Or I'm just not familiar with how that works.
Director, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Store, our first ask was for $1,700,000. We found that that wasn't not going to be enough. So then we were able to ask for an additional 700,000. We do have a few applications that trickled in the last couple of days that aren't reflected in the report, meaning we got the applications and they just took a lag time to get us the supporting documentation. We will be remitting that additional amount, maybe a little over $300,000 back to the governor's office, but you're right. It was kind of just getting a pulse. We had to get the applications keyed in order to make a determination of how much the refunds were going to be. So it just took some time.
Thank you, Director Henson. Mr. Chairman, I just have one other comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to address Representative Oakley's concerns, I still, my perspective on this is, while this program cost $8 million, that's a whole lot less than any of the other ideas that we've been talking about, even bills that we voted on yesterday that are more in the $80-90 million. So I still feel like the refund program is the program that's providing the targeted relief where we need it the most, and making it work as effectively as possible, I think is key to having a really good program. And that's all I think we're really trying to do here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions to the director? I think Senator Ide has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question. Did you see any isolated areas where these refunds were getting requested, or was it pretty broad throughout the state? I'm just kind of trying to find out where the demographics are, or if it was directed specifically to certain areas. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, on the report that I provided yesterday, it breaks it down through each county, how many applications we had, how many refunds we provided. So it definitely is statewide. The intent of the property tax refund program is there's no age, because we know that throughout, 1 year you may need some assistance, but the next year you don't, depending on your, employment situation. And so that's intentional in this program. I think it is a statewide program, and because it is based on median income for that county and median residential property tax bill for that county, it really, while it's not perfect, but it does satisfies the needs of those taxpayers. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have one ask. If this bill moves forward with these tiers, would it be possible to delay the implementation of those tiers perhaps a year? It is the turnaround time to get that programming done, if it's passed by the legislature, and to have applications available on April 1st is really going to be a challenge, just to get that word out. So I mean, if it's the will, that's what we'll do. We'll get it done, but I know that resources for programming and those items, and this is an ETS program that was propped up, so. Thank you.
Okay, any other? Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually wanted to make an amendment basically to conform to what Mr. Reaman said as far as including the other taxing entities. They'd like that language included. So I have a suggestion on page 7 in the paragraph 6, which are lines 6 through 12. To add, so it says each county, something like a county, either individually or in partnership with one or more local property taxing entities, shall have the option to implement. Again, that's taking into account the thought and request of the commissioners that it could be that the other local taxing entities could be included.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Representative Swanser. Okay, staff, you have that? We're good? Okay, any discussion, Representative Oakley? You're good? Okay, everybody understand
Sorry.
the request and the motion. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. That motion has been adopted. Rather enthusiastically.
Yes.
Okay. Any other amendments, Representative Swanser?
Perhaps just some discussion, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if the motion eventually will be to make this a committee bill or if this will be moved to our next meeting. But depending on the answer to that, I would like to make a motion to put an appropriation in the bill. If we're moving this to our November meeting, I think that gives some time to do some research and study closely to what that number might be. Otherwise, I'd probably just put 20 million to send it to session right now, and then we'll see where we are in February. So there's my motion based on kind of what the direction the chairs are feeling on where this bill is maneuvering to.
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. Discussion then on the motion. I think, and
20 million.
I'd like to, if we can, kind of finish this bill today. We could bring it up. Certainly, we have a one-day meeting scheduled in November, but the more of these we keep stacking into that one day, it'll be a 2-day.
So, Mr. Chairman,
But if we can finish it, it'd be great. But if not,
Sure.
I understand. Go ahead.
page 9, line 14, add an appropriation for the general fund of, let's say, $20 million as a placeholder for those that are recording this indefinitely. And then I'm certain that'll be maneuvered in February.
And that's for the 25-26 biennium.
Um,
Is that right?
Yeah, it would already.
Would be.
It is already, isn't it? It's 2023 already. It's 24 fiscal year. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we are currently in the 2024 fiscal year, and the funding for the program this year came from the 23-24 appropriation, so it would be 25-26. Now, just a question, Mr. Chairman, about the amount of the appropriation. Are you looking for an appropriation just to cover the increase that the bill generates, or the entire thing, or that's my question?
My understanding was that the program is going to cost about 20 million a biennium. This biennium. The current biennium. So it's going to be a little more. But I think the good representative said as a placeholder, and we can adjust it in February. As we get more information. Is that what you
That
said?
is correct, Mr. Chairman, and I would hope the director talks to the executive branch of maybe in his budget, putting that forward. And it'll be taken care of somewhere. I just want there to be a number somewhere in case appropriations doesn't take it up, that we're reflecting it.
Just to confirm, Mr. Chairman, the 20 million is really the estimated cost to cover the program in the 25-26 biennium under current law without these changes in this bill.
Okay. I think the director's making her way back up here just to. Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanitzer, I think your point is excellent. But I believe if we put a $20 million appropriation on this bill, it leads the reader to believe that the changes that are being made to statute will result in a $20 million. So perhaps if there's a way to attach a fiscal note that spells that out, $20 million to fund the program, this bill will require an additional, let's just say 10 as an estimate, and then we'll fine tune it at a later point.
Representative? It's your motion.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, it's kind of semantics, but I mean, ultimately, I don't want an unfunded liability that we don't know what it's going to cost going into the session. So I would hope that the Appropriations Committee and the Chief Executive would put money in the budget to cover it, but on the chance that they don't, I guess I'd still like the appropriation. It might need to be 25, 30 million then for the biennium. I'm looking at Dean for the right number.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanitzer, we don't have the right number right now. As I had mentioned, if the committee was going to go forward with this bill, I was going to get with the department to come up with the estimate of what these changes would cost.
Members, I'm just sitting here thinking I think we can hold this bill till our one-day meeting. And we've got all these change. I mean, I'm just looking at members. You want to wait till we get the right numbers? Everybody good with that? So the motion then would be what to go ahead.
To locate a financial number to be, I guess the motion would be to have an X right now in the appropriation to be filled in our November meeting and move this bill forward to our November meeting.
So we'll move this forward as, okay. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of comments here. One is, as the director mentioned, we are complicating this issue, especially for legislators that are concerned about getting refunds back to their constituents at a time when we're also getting ready to do a budget. I don't think the original bill had the appropriation in it, which would have been the 20 million. And if you just do a little bit of rough math on the increases that this working group came up with, it's not going to be as big as the program itself, so it won't double it. 10 million won't be that portion of these changes. It's probably going to be 5 million or less for a 2-year biennium. So we're talking about 2.5 million, 2 to 2.5 million a year, roughly. So with that being said, I don't think that this bill is the appropriate place to put the appropriation. I think we can depend on the Appropriations Committee to use the fiscal note and make sure that it's covered in House Bill number 1 during the upcoming session. I'd also like to make a couple of more comments. I would prefer to see the bill move forward now and us vote on it. But there are comments being made right now that I think confuse the issue. And I just want to give a simple explanation of the way I see the bill. We garnered a great deal of additional revenue from property taxes during the last year and prior. That's coming from taxpayers, mostly in residential. We also had increases in minerals and other things, but that I don't want to complicate the issue by talking about that. What I want to talk about is the fact that we're talking about giving back about 8 million to 12 million a year to the taxpayers of Wyoming. That is not a tax increase. We received a lecture yesterday, and I think it was a very good one, about being budget-based versus being fixed based on our taxation. And we're fixed base. So unless we increase a tax somewhere else on minerals per se, or some other industrial or corporations, this bill does not increase taxes on anybody. What it does is it takes money out of slush funds to to fund it if it runs over. That's what the director pointed out about the administration doing. But it also is a reduction to the taxpayers. That's all it is. That's what this bill does. It's giving money back to the people that have paid taxes. Now, my hope would be that if we reduce the amount of revenue to the state, that we would also reduce our spending. That's another argument. It's for another day, and that's really a different committee. But if we don't start giving money back to the taxpayers and we ignore them, which I will laud the director of revenue. She did a great job of taking resources out of other areas of her department to get this program propped up and done. All of the applications processed. That's good management. But she also made a good management decision to take care of the people of Wyoming, to get those refunds sent out right away. And I think we should appreciate that part on her, that work on her part. And I think we should be looking at this bill. There's one reason to vote it down, I believe, and that is the complexity. I don't want to create fear for other counties that might sign on to the program and other divisions if we can approve that part of it. But I do want to try to make it better for the taxpayer, and that's what this bill does. So if you want to make it better for the taxpayer, vote for the bill. If you're concerned about the complexity and the director's department having to work harder, then that might be a reason to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have this amendment going, and I want to get back on this amendment. I'm going to go to Representative Wanitzer.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to make this more complex than anybody can handle, so I would withdraw my amendment.
So the amendment for the appropriation then has been withdrawn. Okay, so we're back on the bill. Are there further amendments then, Representative Storr?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to concur with Representative Bear's comments and remember that it is a bit of a windfall, and much of that windfall is coming from my constituents. And while that ends up in the school foundation program as a recapture district, it is coming from our taxpayers. And last year it was 56 million. I believe it's $88 million will be going to the program from Teton County. And so in a sense, this program is being paid for. It's just a question of which bucket it ends up in. And I think there was a very strong will, reflection of the will of the legislature to make this program work well. So I just want to say I would agree with Representative Bear's comments that to move this forward, I don't think the step tier is going to cost. I think John's got an accurate, because we've looked at the numbers a bit, and we can put a fiscal note on that on the bill in November once we have those numbers. But I just think it's important that this program work as best it can. The other amendments I would see are just changing on page 7, the taking out the taxable language on page 7 and page 8. And I think that's it.
I think that's conforming language. I'm looking at staff on that page 7, so I think we're good there. Okay, are there any further amendments? Yeah, I mean, I think we've all supported this bill. This was the previous revenue committee that, I don't know, anybody was on that committee, on this committee, but I mean, we supported this. Is probably one of the better programs we have out there, certainly. So I think the idea though, it's important for us to educate the rest of the body, the cost of this program, and we can pay for it. That's not the issue. Don't let this program get bogged down because of that. And I think what Representative Swanser said, I think in the governor's budget, an item that he'd put in the budget would be very helpful to help the education process throughout the state. And so that would be good. Okay, anything else, members? Any other amendments on this bill? Then okay, are we ready? Yeah, Senator French has. Go ahead.
I would agree with all the comments on the importance of this. Another way to look at this, the taxpayers out there are screaming for some relief. They pay millions upon millions and millions in sales tax to the state. This is a way that they can get a little bit of that money they pay in back. So I think it's a good thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I think we're ready to vote on working draft 252 as amended. Please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 24 LSO 252 Property Tax Refund Program. Senator French,
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen,
Aye.
Senator Pappas, Representative Bear,
Aye.
Representative Byron,
Aye.
Representative Locke,
Aye.
Representative Northrup,
Aye.
Representative Oakley,
No.
Representative Storer,
Aye.
Representative Strack,
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer,
No.
Co-Chairman Beitman,
Aye.
Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 12 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, thank you, members, for your work on that. The next item for our consideration is working draft 182. I have the 0.5 version. Monthly payments of property taxes. Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Katie Adams, LSO. This is 24 LSO 182 working draft 0.5 property taxes monthly payments. The general purpose of this bill is to provide taxpayers the option to pay their property taxes on a monthly basis. On page 2, section 3913-107 currently requires the county treasurer to send an annual notice to each taxpayer. The bill adds a requirement for the notice to also explain the taxpayer's payment options. On page 3, the statute is amended to specify that taxes shall be paid by one of the following methods chosen by the taxpayer each year as designated by the amount and timing of the taxpayer's first payment. Paragraph 1 contains the current law regarding property tax payments. Paragraph 2 would permit taxpayers to pay their property taxes in 10 monthly 10% installments from November through August. The payments would be due on and after the 1st of the month and payable on and after the 10th of the month. But if the entire tax was paid by December 31st, no interest or penalty would be chargeable, just as it is under current law. The staff comment on page 6 notes that the county treasurers typically send reminder postcards to taxpayers when the second half of their property taxes is due. And so there may be an additional expense if they send out and create the extra mailings for monthly reminders. The staff comment also explains that property taxes are currently due and distributed within one fiscal year. And so if there are 10 monthly payments, we would be spanning 2 fiscal years. It could be reduced to 8 so that all of the payments would be distributed in the same tax year from November through June. I think then the payments would be 12.5%. On pages 6 and 7 of the bill, the date for the county treasurer to declare any taxes delinquent is amended from May 11th to August 11th to account for the timing of that last monthly payment. And then the date for the county treasurer to certify a list of delinquent taxes and taxpayers is amended from May 21st to August 21st. The staff comment there notes that based on the May 11th delinquency date in current law, tax sales are generally held in August of the year following the tax year. And so if we change these dates, it would probably be pushing that back to November. As far as interest on page 8, section 3913-108B is amended to cross-reference the payment methods authorized under the previous statute. And then the staff comment just sets out that language about when interest would be due. So for monthly payments, interest would generally begin to accrue on the 10th of each month. So you'd be calculating that each month. And then applicability, it would apply to ad valorem tax assessed on and after January 1st, 2025. And then the bill would be effective January 1st, 2025. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tempty.
Okay, Mr. Tempty.
Mr. Chairman, I'm referring to the bottom of page 3 of the memo dated September 22nd, 2023. This bill would not impact the amount of taxes collected, but could impact cash flow since they will be collected somewhat more slowly. So, and probably the biggest area where that cash flow could have an impact would be to school funding, to the school foundation program. This bill would have minimal administrative fiscal impact at the state level. However, it certainly could have administrative impact to county treasurers. LSO staff did reach out to the County Treasurers Association, and it's my understanding someone is here from the County Treasurers Association to be able to comment on that, put that administrative impact.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Members, any questions of our staff? Okay, very good. Thank you very much, and be on the ready if we have to call you back here. Okay, we're going to open up to public comment. I know the good treasurer in Campbell County's here will want to talk about this. Did I say Converse?
The other Royal County.
I think I said Converse, didn't I?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Joel Shell, Converse County Treasurer, representing the WCTA. And thanks again for the opportunity to comment. Overall, treasurers appreciate your work on all of these taxing issues. You're hearing from the constituents. We're certainly hearing it on our counters every day as people come to us and talk about the increases and how it's impacting their lives and what it means to them. So when it comes to monthly payments, we already have people, certainly in my office, paying us $50 a month or ACHing us $250 a month, just to try to get ahead of what they think their tax liability is. So we certainly recognize that that this provides an additional option to taxpayers. The treasurers met last week and talked about the issue, and we have a couple changes we'd like to ask you to make, as well as some notes on the implementation. On the changes, the main one for us is exactly what you heard about the payments within the fiscal year. This would change that so that we're actually rolling 3 months of a fiscal year into the next fiscal year. That's not only a cash flow issue, that's a whole budgetary process issue. If you can imagine, I mean, the whole budgetary system we have is predicated on the idea of setting a budget and then setting a mill levy to gather enough money within that fiscal year to meet your budget. And the financial reporting system is then all about looking at somebody's budget and what they got in the fiscal year and seeing, if they met their budget or what they did with their money. So not only is the budget calculation much more complicated if you're trying to set a mill, but you have 3 months of rollover from a prior mill levy that's coming into this year, and you don't know exactly what portion that's going to be because it's based on how many people adopt these payments. And you also have 3 months extending into the next fiscal year. I think you're certainly going to lose some accountability and some transparency with anybody looking at the financial reports of an entity and trying to figure out how they came in with their budget. So we think there's an easy fix for that. For us, it's that last payment needs to come in May, because then we get it distributed to the taxing entities in June. So we could do that by making this bill just 9 payments starting in September. All the treasurers in attendance at our meeting last week felt confident they could get numbers out to taxpayers by September 10th, so that anybody that wanted to make that first payment in September, we'd be able to do that for them. So those payments would run about 11.1% of their tax bill in 9 payments beginning in September and ending in May, so we could get the tax distributions out within the fiscal year. So we'd ask for your consideration of that change. We would also like to leave, with the result of that, we could leave the delinquent certification date in May instead of moving it. What happens there is in May, we start this process of delinquency where we certify things delinquent, we demand payment. We go through a process that culminates in advertisements and a tax sale in August. August is also the time mill levies are set, and so we're starting tax production. In most counties, we like to finish up the process of the tax sale, not only so that labor intensive process is done before we start another intensive process of tax production, but that way, if we do have properties that are sold, we can put that notification on the tax bill when we generate them, so that an owner of a property knows that that property went to tax sale. So we don't want to extend that process out or mix the two processes. We think there's some bad things that happen for us when we do that. So if we get the 9 payments extending from September to May, then that lets us keep the certification of the delinquencies in May, which lets us keep that process intact. As far as the implementation goes, so what would we have to do to make this work? The first thing, of course, we'd have to do is change our software. So there's 2 major software vendors that service the state of Wyoming for county treasurers. And over the last 2 years, we've had some extensive changes to the taxation software, as you're well aware. We changed minimum payments from 2 payments to 3 to 6 to 12. We just finished up the first true up in September, the reconciliation, which was pretty extensive, and it's still ongoing in some counties. So none of us really relish the idea of going to our software vendor and saying, okay, now we need to change the system that is 2 payments with an exception for somebody that pays by the end of the year and turn it into a 9 or a 10 payment system with 10 interest dates, right? And we could certainly do that, but that's pretty heavy lift for them. So we don't relish that thought. Along with that, we would redesign the tax bill. We've also had some significant redesigns to those bills in the last 2 years. The legislature required as part of the transitionary process for minerals that we not only bill the minerals each year, but then, we had a 1.5 years of minerals that were deferred. So we also now have a tax bill that tells them, any company, what their estimated payments were, what their actual tax was, whether they got a refund owed to them, or they owe us additional money. And then there's a couple extra pages that detail what exactly their deferrals were and when those are due. So we've done those redesigns. We would go back to our vendor and ask them now to redesign the tax bill that you've probably all seen. At the bottom either has 2 payment coupons now for November and May, or in some counties has a 3rd payment coupon, to help the taxpayer decide whether they want to pay by the end of the year. We do currently get a lot of questions about that because of the options and sort of the complication of, paying in halves or by the end of the year. So we would redesign that bill to have 8 payment coupons, or 10, I guess, depending on how many we end up with, and leave those others in place. We think we can do that. I mean, it starts to look like the babysitting flyer that you see, on the bulletin board at the laundromat, where you're pulling the phone numbers off. But we think it's important to be able to get education to the taxpayers as well. Once our interpretation of the bill is that once they choose one of these options, then they're locked into it for the year. Right. So we would embark on a pretty extensive campaign to let taxpayers know what they're getting into. For example, because, once the language in the bill says that they dictate which option they're choosing by what they pay us and when they pay it. So if somebody chooses in September to make that 11% payment, we're going to take their account and split it into those 9 or 10 pieces, whatever you dictate. And then if they decide they have some extra money, and so they're going to wait and just go ahead and pay the first half in November, then we would charge them interest on the October payment that they missed, because that's what our system expected them to do, was make monthly payments, and they missed one, even though they ended up paying, the full 50% in November. And so we think taxpayers will be upset to find out that that's the case if they don't understand to begin with that when they choose one of those programs, that's what they're going to end up, that they're locked into that. So we would embark on an endeavor to make sure that taxpayers understand what they're getting into. The additional workload, the administration in our offices, we're never going to come to the committee and say that you should not do a good idea because it causes additional work for us, because after all, that's what we're here for, is to serve the taxpayers. But certainly this bill could have a significant impact to our offices. In Converse County, we have 13,000 people. We service 12,000 non-mineral accounts, right? Because this bill does carve out minerals, but the rest of the taxpayers would have the opportunity to do this. Statewide, about 20% of the accounts roughly are serviced by mortgage companies. So we have 20% of the customers that in residential situations that are already making monthly payments just to their mortgage company, and then they're serviced by escrow. The others, overall, about 85% pay in the 2 halves instead of paying in full by the end of the year. And so in Converse County, that generates about 22,000 tax payments a year. It's kind of what we do. So if we move just to the 9 payments instead of the 10, and 50% of the people, so every other person elects to do the multiple payments, we would go from 22,000 tax payments to about 53,000. So more than double the workload that we have in terms of how many taxes we receive. If you have a 25% adoption, so only, 1 in 4 people, then we move from 22% to 40,000 tax payments. So it does, would increase significantly our workload there. And it would also impact the property tax relief, right? So one, if, there's 2 ways to impact property tax relief here. One is if we don't end the payments in May, in the first Monday in June, when people apply, they have to have their property taxes paid in full. So if people were still paying in July and August, they would still have to prepay those or pay those in advance before they could apply. And the other impact would be every application has to include proof that the taxes are paid. So if we have 10 payments, where instead we just include 2 receipts now that we print and send in the application, we would have to print all 10 receipts or 9 receipts or whatever it is and send those in with the application. The only hard cost that we would anticipate would be postage. We do still have people who pay by mail and would like a receipt that returned to them in the mail. And so instead of returning 2 or 1 receipt during the year, we'd be returning 9 or 10. So we'd ask for the changes for your consideration for the fiscal year. We do recognize that this is an additional benefit to the taxpayer. We would note that there are banks across the state of Wyoming that offer this as a service to their customers, where they allow people to pay into an escrow and then they make the payments for them. So there is a solution to this issue in the private sector. And while it's a lot of administrative burden on us, if the committee finds that the benefit to the bill is worth it for the taxpayers, then we would certainly administer it. And I'd be open to any questions.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer. I think Senator McEwen has a question, and then
I just want to make sure I understand one thing you said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I opt for the 8, 9, 10 payment plan and August rolls around and I decide I want to go to the county treasurer and just pay off the balance at that time, would there be interest charged on a missed payment if I made the full payment in full by the due date? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer.
Representative Harshman, Senator, if you made it by the due date, the problem is that you set your due dates by how you made that first payment. So if you make the first payment in August, then your next due date is September 1st. And if you wait until after that to make any kind of payment, even if you pay in full, our system is going to calculate, if we break it up that way, our system is going to calculate the interest you owe on the portion of the tax you missed, the 11% or however much that payment is, from the day you didn't make it. So yeah, we're going to have a payment out there that you're going to owe a small portion of interest on, even though we're prepaying the rest of the payments.
Yeah. Okay, Representative Zwanitzer has a question.
Thanks. Would I be correct that county treasurers could do this now, and some already are allowing people to pay in monthly as long as they hit their kind of 2 benchmarks in November and May? So I guess I'm a little surprised you're not kind of fighting this more. That does seem like it's an administrative burden for something that we would mandate that you could, at your own volition, each county could decide to do this and engage with their own constituents without us having to pass this on. Do you have thoughts on that?
Go ahead, Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwanitzer, yeah, it's a good question. There are 5 or 6 counties that do not allow partial payments currently. So the others do. And so, yeah, in the counties where the constituents are able to do that, that's a service we provide. And there is a complication with that in terms of getting the taxpayer to know how much they've reached, in order to avoid interest. And we do that now, but it's on a very small scale, right? So if you were to put this in law where we put it on the tax notices and enlarge that program, then the manual work we do now would require software changes. But yeah, I mean, this is not to us tax relief, right? We become more like a credit card company that's just trying to distract you from your high debt by putting out their low monthly payments for you. But we recognize it's an additional option for taxpayers. And so we're hearing the same thing you do. People want something done. I think we don't hear people clamoring for more ways to pay, right? We hear them clamoring for less to pay, but it is an additional option. So I don't think treasurers just want to come in and say, let's not at least examine the option, but we want to make you aware of the burden.
That's what I've heard. I mean, I've heard, geez, it'd be nice if it was more like my cable TV bill and not, several $1,000 whack in the fall. Representative Bear and then the co-chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to address that last comment of the chair. I think people would like it to be the amount of their cable bill is what they're saying, rather than the number of payments. And I want to address something that the treasurer mentioned early in his comments. Treasurer Shell, I really appreciate all of your comments, but you mentioned earlier that people can pay in advance. So it sounds more like a layaway program, if you will, just putting it in layman's terms. And so this layaway program, I'm perfectly happy that you guys have that program. You're accommodating to the taxpayer, but you have well said that this is a financial markets project that we're endeavoring into here. And there are lots of financial market opportunities and choices available out there. I don't think it's appropriate for the state to compete with those markets. And I don't think it's really appropriate when the taxpayer is looking for relief. This is not relief. And I think your comments have really addressed that well, and I just appreciate those. Sorry, it's not a question, but thank you for your comments.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Treasurer, roughly how many, obviously, I was surprised to hear only 20% of your payments are from escrow. That's pretty impressive. I thought it'd be a lot more than that, but how many people actually still write checks, and how many people pay electronically or through like a payment system? And then my follow-up would then be, would this bill be more workable and practical if the only option was electronic payment from your checking account monthly? That would, then you wouldn't have to mail those pay stubs, you wouldn't have to change. What are your thoughts on that? And to answer the first question, how many people pay with an old-fashioned check? Thank you.
Old-fashioned checks,
Yes.
making us all feel old.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman Biden,
ahead.
the majority of payments we do in taxes are still a check, and that's because of the service fees that people incur on credit cards and the magnitude of the tax, right? So a 2.5% additional fee on top of your property taxes that you're already paying, people find onerous. So most of the taxes we receive still come through checks. We process them that way. And yeah, I think Utah, I believe, has a program, sort of a monthly payment where you have to sign up in advance, and then you sign up to have your money ACH'd to the county each month. And that would make it more workable if we could figure out a way to do that without fees on either side, where that we incur the incoming fees or fees that the taxpayers incur.
I think the co-chair, you said, I just want to repeat, you said that only 20% of your accounts are actually paid escrow through the private sector through a bank loan. So the rest of those are non-escrow. So I think what Representative Bear, the private sector is about 20% then. The rest of it are people coming in and paying then.
Mr. Chairman, let me clarify that. It's statewide, there's a variance, right? Johnson County reported 18% or 8%, where Teton County reported about 37%. That's that's not just residential, right? So this program is open to all of our accounts. So when we're talking about the percentage of accounts that are escrowed, then you're talking about, that includes all of our industrial accounts and personal property and business and commercial and everything else. So in that regard, it's not surprising that it's so small. Obviously, if we were just looking at residential accounts, the people we sort of think about helping here, although this is open to everybody, then it would be a much higher portion of residential, but it's only 20% of all of the accounts we service, all non-mineral accounts, which is all aspects.
And what was that number you'd said at the beginning, or that your number of residential accounts compared to all accounts? What was those numbers again?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that number.
I thought you said you had like 12,000.
Yeah,
resident.
we have 12,000 total accounts. That's all accounts.
And how many of those are residential?
Mr. Chairman, I don't
like
have
11,000 or something, you say?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have that with me. We
okay.
Yeah,
right.
that's non-mineral accounts. So of our 12,000 accounts, of course,
Okay.
most of our money comes from minerals, which is 183 of the
100
12,000.
okay, that was
accounts,
some,
but yeah.
thanks. I got you. Thank you, Treasurer. Appreciate it. Any further discussion? I think Senator French has a question. Then I think Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would there still be reminders sent out, your payment number 3, monthly reminders under this system versus now you're reminded twice a year if you're, under the current, would there still be reminders sent out? that, hey, you owe property tax payment number 7, number 8, whatever. I mean, there'd be a lot more mail outs, but some people like myself are getting forgetful. Would that still happen? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, I'm not aware of any county that sends even a second reminder. So that may happen in counties, but I'm certainly not aware of it. But the vast majority of counties certainly send one bill in September. And then if a taxpayer chooses to pay in halves, they would have to remember that second half. So if there are counties sending a second reminder, kudos to them, but I'm not aware of that. And so then to answer your question, no, I do not believe there would be any additional reminders going out to taxpayers as they chose these monthly payments.
I think Senator Ide had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Treasurer, good report. You made a couple of comments along with the chairman about, you mentioned the credit cards and he mentioned the cable companies. I was on the subcommittee and I was right along those same lines. I kind of used the analogy of, throw a frog in boiling water and he's going to jump out. And if you put him in and just warm it up slowly and kill him, then doesn't recognize the danger. I don't like going down this path. It's I think the property taxes is what we're really dealing with here. And when people see that big amount and they have to write one check or two, they recognize and pay a lot more attention to what's happening in the markets. Would you agree a little bit, the administrative costs, it's a little counterintuitive to increase all the administrative costs when we're trying to get property taxes down. That's an additional, we have to collect to get that from the taxpayers, and to add those costs seems like, would you agree with that comment? Thank you.
Treasurer Shell.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I appreciate those comments, and absolutely, yeah, it does seem counterintuitive. And our offices are pretty efficient at what we do now. We've absorbed some changes in the last several years that have increased our burden, and counties have gone through it. We certainly heard from treasurers that where it's the staff is the treasurer and 3 employees, and they talk about their difficulties in November and May with the volume of taxes that come in and how they get through that. And for them, the idea of having that happen for 8 or 9 months in a row is pretty daunting. So I appreciate your comments, Senator.
Okay, any other discussion? Questions for the good treasurer? Okay, thank you for being here, and stand ready if we have to call you back. Thank you. Okay, any other members of the public like to testify on this bill? Any comments on the bill? Anyone online? Okay, have one coming. Yeah, good. Okay, come on up. Good morning. Yeah, and just push your button on your mic, I think, right there.
Makes me sound better, huh? Okay, thank you, Coach Harshman and committee. I have been I was on the hospital board, and excuse me, my name is George Dunlap from Gillette. And I was on the hospital board for 28 years. And one thing I found is the more we tried to fix stuff, the more we made a mess of stuff sometimes. And I think this idea, with good intentions, you need to look at the unintended consequences. And in Gillette, what we did is people have a hard time paying their medical bills. And so we'd stretch it out. And you know what happened to be really good? They'd go along and we'd say, we'll give you a year. And they'd pay along, and they'd get about to August and the boat broke down. And you know what? The boat's a heck of a lot more important than that hospital bill. And so then they wouldn't pay it. And then what that do? Puts them behind, puts us in problems. And so to do this is a great idea some of the time, but it's not a great idea from the standpoint of, you know what? They owe the money. And if you want to make it better, make it so they don't owe as much. But to break down the payments, I guarantee you people, they'll go along and they'll make 4 or 5 payments, they'll make 5 payments, and then they'll miss one, and then all of a sudden they're gonna miss 2. And then you're gonna have all these people have to try to collect the money. And it's not worth the extra effort. It's not worth it. You need to, what we have is a good system. Why try to fix a system that's already not, it's not broken, it's working. And so to do this would be, in my mind, in my estimation, be foolish. Be foolish to spread it out. It doesn't save anybody any money. Does it make it a little bit easier? A little bit easier. That's all it is, a little bit easier. They still owe the money. They still need to pay the bill. So to break it out, it would be a nightmare if you had 1,000 people and you had, 100 of them that month didn't pay. Then all of a sudden you're taking the office staff and creating more work for them. As state government, we should be making less work for the people. This poor lady, blonde-haired lady, that last thing, what a mess. Why not just lower property taxes than do that? I mean, that'd be a whole lot easier than giving, why take the money and then give it back? Why not just lower your property tax? It would make a whole lot more sense than, we got to do this. We got to figure this out. We got to get that guy. We got to get another one over here. I mean, my goodness, if a guy ran a football team like that, you'd never make a touchdown. So I would suggest that even though you're trying to do good, I would suggest you take this idea and throw it in the trash can and just keep what we got going because it's working. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? Appreciate your comments. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your service on the hospital board there. Appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else here would like to comment on this bill? Okay, very good. See, no one online. Okay, we'll close public comment. Members, what's your pleasure on House Bill Working Draft 182?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Swanson.
I would move we table 182.
Move to table. All those in, no, non-debatable. And all those in favor to table this bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion has passed, so this bill is tabled. Members, we'll just take, it's 10:22. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? Members of the audience, let's all get up, stretch our legs, and we'll come back at it in about 15 minutes. Okay. Committee will come back to order. Next item on our agenda is House Bill 121 engrossed. This is a bill on deferral. This bill passed the House. I think it didn't pass Senate Revenue, I think. And so we brought it back just to take a look at it and talk about this concept of deferral programs. Okay, Mr. Anderson, you want to take us through the bill?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, as you noted, this is 23 LSO 422 engrossed or House Bill 121 from last year. And what this bill does, starting on page 2, Mr. Chairman, is it takes the existing property tax deferral program that is operated county by county and hasn't gotten a lot of use and puts that as a statewide program under the Department of Revenue. So you can see there on line 15, page 2, again, it crosses out the Board of County Commissioners and makes it under the department. And again, just some general cleanup in there as well, as this was a older statute, just to kind of make it read a little better. So it requires the department to promulgate rules and regulations necessary to administer the program. You'll see on page 3, a lot of stricken language. Again, that's all kind of specific to the county process that doesn't make sense if you're going to a statewide program. Subparagraph B, again, it would provide that a deferral granted by the department is a perpetual lien, a tax lien in favor of the state against that property. And again, some more stricken language just related to providing an update annually on financial status that's being taken out of this bill. So then the repayment of the tax, any taxes deferred shall be due and payable on page 4, Mr. Chairman. Payable upon abandonment of the property, death of the property owner, or sale or transfer of the property, whichever occurs first. Or if the department finds at any time that the total taxes deferred exceeds 1/2 of the fair market value of the property, they could declare that taxes are due and payable. Subparagraph D, again, it's that interest on the deferral. This is being simplified. There were kind of 2 different interest rates in the existing language. This removes one and just makes the interest rate equal to the average year yield on a 10-year bond plus 1.5%. Again, that was all existing language. Requires the department along with the county assessor to publicize this program in subparagraph E. Subparagraph F, this is where the department would provide payment to the county treasurer for deferral. And that the department shall not authorize deferral if there are not funds available to provide that repayment. It also provides that when these deferred taxes are repaid, it would be paid into that property tax deferral account, which would be continuously appropriated to the department to make those payments back to county treasurers for additional deferrals. Subparagraph H, just a minor conforming amendment there on page 6. On page 7, again, this is just requiring the department to maintain these records rather than the county. And subparagraph M is the definition of limited income. That isn't being changed at all, other than to specify that it's applies to 250% of the property level where the property is located, the county where the property is located. In subparagraph N, this is where someone would qualify for the program. In just any one of these following conditions. So if they have limited income, as just discussed, if they are over 62 years of age, if they have a disability, if they purchase property at least 10 years prior to the beginning of that tax year, or if the applicant is a honorably discharged disabled veteran with a compensable service connected disability. On page 9 there, that repeal is just a provision that's specific to the counties. You can see there's an appropriation in this bill of $200,000 to, again, make those payments back to the counties if a deferral is authorized. And then there's a requirement for the department to adopt rules and a report. So that's the bill essentially, Mr. Chairman. I turn it over to Dean if he has anything to add or take any
Okay,
questions.
very good. Mr. Tempty?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hirschman, I did not try to generate a new estimate for this, since it's just the discussion of a bill during the 2023 session. So the fiscal note is probably the best place to look for that. I would point out the bill does talk about that the deferral program would only be in operation if the Department of Revenue determined there were sufficient funds appropriated to fund the program to reimburse the counties for that. And the estimate for the appropriation was based on utilization, I believe, in Teton County. And the utilization for this program currently has been pretty low. So just a piece of information, as far as one of the qualifications is the applicant's maximum gross household income is at or below 250% of the federal poverty level for a family of 4. In 2023, the federal poverty level is $30,000. If you take that times 250%, you get $75,000. Interestingly enough, the 2022 amount of that 250% of the federal poverty level is $69,375, which is super close to the 2022 median gross income number from the discussion of the refund program, just to give you kind of an idea of some context there.
Okay, and then just on page 8, if you go to line 4, that paragraph N on page 8, a taxpayer is qualified under this paragraph for his primary residence if they demonstrate any one of the following. So the limited income that you just talked about, that'd be paragraph Romanet 1 on line 8, and line 12, 62 years of age. So you could be over the income if you're 62, or do you have to qualify? It's any one of these, right?
That's correct,
So
Mr. Chairman.
this is really the 4, the elderly at 62, a disability, paragraph Romanet 3, have been here for 10 years and paid property taxes, or over to number 5, a disabled veteran. So we've kind of taken the old language and then add a disabled veteran. And then, and just so on my thoughts, I mean, just thinking back to last year, the sponsor of this really was like, hey, make this a state program. So, I mean, all of us know our local county treasurer. You don't have to go in hat in hand and say, hey, I'd like to do a deferral, kind of just make this like a Medicare deferral, really. So that's what I've heard. Oh, anyway, but that's just, I just want to make sure it's any one of these on page 8, that any one of those. Okay, very good. Members, do you have any questions on this deferral bill? Okay, very good. Thank you, and stay tuned in case we have further questions. The department have any thoughts? This would be moving into you testified on this bill last year, of course, and
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, Brenda Henson, Department of Revenue. On the fiscal note, we struggled because there is not a lot of information available. As stated, only one county has implemented the program with very few takers. I believe Sheridan County implemented the program several years ago. It's to my knowledge, and that they don't have it in place at this time. Our thought process was, without knowing how much interest there is in the program, we did not anticipate propping up a significant application program. We will do everything manually initially. And we kind of looked at it as, if it takes off and we have some interest, if we need to come back in a supplemental budget, we can ask for additional funds at that time. But there's just a lot of unknowns here. But certainly we currently file liens in the counties for other types of taxes. So that is not foreign to us. We can put that process in place. It's just a matter of getting an application. And as you can imagine, this will require very good communications between the Department of Revenue and county treasurers, because they're the ones that have the information related to those property tax bills. But I know that that would be successful.
Members, any question of the director? Go ahead, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Director. You have given this number to us before, so I'm hoping you still have it. I have lost the number. What is the participation rate that is so low that you didn't have enough data?
When my property tax division administrator reached out to Teton County last year, his report to me was 1. Just historically, having administered property taxation for several years back when we were implementing the property tax refund program, we heard testimony that property owners were very hesitant to have a lien placed on their property, which is exactly what this does. It's been interesting to me. Counties under the current county option have to set aside money within their budget in order to make it available. The Commissioners Association county treasurers can provide information related to, have they had constituents reaching out to them, asking that this become an option for them. Certainly, I'm not in that loop. So I think they would definitely have more information for you. Thank you for the question.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is your understanding would be the disposition of the property if the deferred payments were never met? And an additional part of the question would be, it seems to me that, again, private financial markets have a method of dealing with this in what's called a reverse mortgage, without your name showing up in the paper that you did that. I'm not a proponent of reverse mortgages. I think they're a terrible thing, but it would accomplish the same thing. So would you agree with that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think that personal finances for all taxpayers, everyone has a unique and specific situation where reverse mortgage may work great for some. I've personally known folks that retired and did a reverse mortgage, and that was their paycheck every month. They had no family to inherit. So I think that is a personal choice of that taxpayer. I just think that, again, it's more important to know that there are certain triggers that once certain things happen, then that deferred tax becomes due. And at that point, depending on what that situation is, they may have to seek other sources at that point. So with that, I really do believe that county treasurers can speak to this program.
So Director, just on that line of question, is that on page 4 really, that the death of the owner or the sale of the property? Or if it starts to kind of go quote underwater a little bit, under half the value, and that's in the middle of page 4, lines 11, I think, 12, is that?
Thank you,
accurate.
Mr. Chairman, for providing that clarification. And as you can see, that's where that communication between the Department of Revenue and the county treasurer is going to be key because we don't know the value of the property. And so that piece is going to be important to note. The other part of that is it's only 50%. So it is important that they make payment in a timely manner on half of the taxes. So yes, I can't think of other circumstances. Obviously, those could be broadened where that deferral would be required to be paid. But this is what I believe has been in place for at least 20 years as the county option. And I don't recall, I could be wrong, I don't recall there being significant discussions or amendments to this program through the years.
What about, Director, are there, other states, I mean, I just think it wouldn't, as you kind of mentioned in your opening comments, everybody's situation is different, a lot of people aren't going to do this. Most people aren't, but, I just wonder if it'd be a circuit breaker for some of those. And I don't know if other states do it, for those lists of people in that, basically on page 8, the elderly, disabled, people have been here 10 years, people who, have a lower income or disabled vets. I mean, so I guess, I don't know, like kind of going off your comments, but are there other states that have similar programs?
Mr. Chairman, there are other states, and I don't have that information with me. I apologize. I think this particular program really goes to the heart of I'm property rich, cash flow poor. All of my assets are in the property that I live in, and I want to utilize that. It's people take out mortgages, second mortgages for just living expenses. But this is an opportunity for them to defer 50% and without requiring monthly payments.
Well, like I got a letter, this has been a couple of years ago, but for members that are currently on the committee, it was in the last legislature. It was like a 93-year-old lady in Teton County in her house downtown. It went from hundreds of thousands to like 13 million now, or some crazy number that's what they were writing about, it's just, so I don't know if they're, but anyway, it's interesting. Everybody's in different situations, but okay, very good. Well, thank you, and stand by if the committee needs further clarification. Okay, I think Representative Storr. Sorry, Representative Storr.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few thoughts about this because it is in our constituency in Teton County. I think we might want to look at the requirements for this program are fairly limited, and I do think a lot of people may not qualify for that. Where though, to your point and Director Hansen's, the people that can use this program may not have children, may have this property that's now, assessed at a very high value, but they don't want to move. So I think I'm not sure what the state versus county is the biggest issue. We might want to look at the requirements and loosen them up. And we also, I think, need to recognize that education of this program is actually the thing that's probably most needed. When I've talked to constituents and told them about the program, they're just not aware of it and hadn't really considered it. And again, I think the lean idea is something that's a little hard for people to get their head wrapped around. But once they realize what that really means, in some cases, it may be the right tool in the toolbox for them. So anyway, I want to support this idea and see if we can make it work better for folks.
Ms. Senator McEwen. Is this for the director? Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you started out with it has very, very low interest. and that it's offered at the county. So my question is adding the extra administrative costs at the state really something that's worth the bang for our buck, for lack of a better term? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I believe that's a policy decision on, where the resources of the state as far as payroll and manpower. Initially, my response is that I don't anticipate asking for additional staff because I don't really have a good read on how many applicants we would have. And I don't ask for people unless I really need them. So at this point, I don't see a significant impact. But if it were to move to the state, we would definitely be reporting back to this committee on, I believe there's a reporting requirement within the bill.
Okay, very good. Representative Swanitzer has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the thought during session, at least, was that people didn't want their local county officials, knowing that they were in trouble and didn't want to have to go down to the courthouse and people go, why were you there? I guess my overall question is, if the program was at the state level, do you not submit something to the county that there is a lien on that property? It wouldn't be hidden, I guess, is my question. The county would still be notified from the state level that there is a lien on that property. Would they know why? I mean, I guess my question is, do you do other liens on property, or they would assume it's a property tax payment issue?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanitzer, you're correct in that you can go into the county clerk's office and do research on property and see liens that are placed. It is public information. But it's not like we publish it on our website like we do other taxes that aren't paid. But certainly, I mean, it is public information, but I will say that that was one of the reasons for the statewide application process for the refund program, is if folks did not want to go to their local county courthouse to apply, this would give them an opportunity to apply at the state level. So similar process there.
Follow-up.
With the state refund program, though, the county, did they get notified that the state has, if they have the program at the county level to add on to that, but in the rest of the counties, would your county officials ever know that you've sought tax relief from the state, and how would they know that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Swanitzer. So currently, we give a report to the county treasurers that went out last Friday. It's an Excel spreadsheet that tells them exactly who applied for the statewide property tax refund program, how much of a refund check they received. So we do that. That's actually in statute currently. Prior to that, we did the same thing. We were notifying county treasurers across the state of applicants that received refunds. So that information is available but not necessarily having the information available to the county treasurers, maybe not the same as walking up to the county in the courthouse or to the counter in the courthouse and asking for the property tax deferral application.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the director? Okay, thank you, Director. Anyone else would like to testify on this bill? Make your way up. Hello again. Who's going first? Treasurer?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Joel Shell, Converse County Treasurer. The law requires that the tax notices that we send out to everybody include all the information about all the tax relief programs available. So if you were to look on the back of the tax bill that you would have received in September, you'll see language that talks about the availability of this program. And for most of it, it just says contact the county commissioners if you have questions, because of course the county commissioners have to implement the program and adopt the rules. When we have inquiries about that program, as soon as we get into the idea of the government having a perpetual lien on your property, that tends to make the applicant not want to do it. So most of us have not had a lot of experience with the program just because we don't have people interested in it, in the government having a lien. The other complication, and personally, I did have one constituent that was adamant that this was an option for them. At the time, they had a reverse mortgage on their property, and then there is a provision in the statute that says if they have a mortgage, the mortgagee has to sign off on that. And I think you have to imagine, think of your mortgage company, if you have one, who that would be that you would contact. Most of the banks now sell the mortgages to mortgage companies that are sort of nationwide. And so the idea that you would call some 1-800 number and try to explain to somebody on the other end of the phone what this program is and why you're applying to get them to sign off on the idea that somebody else is going to have a lien on your property is pretty daunting. So that sort of went away after that. The county treasurers, as we discussed this program, have always had a question about what happens if the 50% gets deferred and goes into the deferral program, but then the taxpayer does not pay the other 50%, and we ended up going to tax sale with it. And now we have another lien holder who's a certificate holder. And in 4 years from the date of the sale, they're going to be applying for the deed. And that would put the counties, or now the state, in a position of having to act to protect that lien, or conceivably the lien would be extinguished at the time that somebody got a tax deed for the part of the taxes that that they paid. So we've always wondered what would happen. We never had enough implementation of the program to have to deal with that, thankfully, but that is a concern. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing about the question as to why the counties receive from Representative Zwanitzer about the detailed information of who gets the tax relief. In our county, about 2/3 of the tax relief applicants came through my office as we sent them on to the state. And whatever happens, though, this is where the people come to us to ask, did I get a refund? If I didn't get a refund, why not? What happened with my refund? Where's my check? And so having that detailed status from the Department of Revenue helps us help those customers as they come to us to answer those questions.
Okay, any questions for the treasurer? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. So when we put the perpetual lien on the place, if they take the deferral program, who takes first position? Is it the government or the mortgage company? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, in other places in the statute, it talks about tax liens being superior liens to all other liens. In some cases, except for prior liens, which then would establish a mortgage company. But any mortgage company, when faced with a tax lien, like a tax sale situation, has to act to protect that lien. So if there are unpaid taxes that result in a tax sale and somebody, acting on their lien to get a tax deed, the mortgage company either needs to pay those taxes, right, and extinguish that lien, or they remove their lien. Their lien gets extinguished. So it forces them to act one way or the other. So I think there's a priority of the government in certain cases, but it does force the mortgage company to act when there's a conflict of liens.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're kind of putting ourselves in first position ahead of the mortgage company. Do we interact with the mortgage company or do we just do it? How do we stop that from happening? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I'm not sure how it would work in this case, again, because we don't have the experience with the deferrals, but certainly in other cases, the mortgage companies receive notification of the liens. If they're servicing loans, they receive delinquent tax rolls electronically that tell them who's delinquent. So they certainly have notification. As to how they react to it after that, it's up to them, certainly.
Okay. Any other questions, Treasurer? Okay. On to the county commissioners, Mr. Riemann.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeremiah Riemann with the County Commissioners Association. I might just add to Senator McEwen's question because it is part of what I would suggest to you. It is my understanding that when you sign that mortgage, you're committing that you're not going to put anybody in front of you. So you have a personal responsibility if you go forward with a deferral. But the treasurer is correct. These liens take priority. Now, that is a decision you could make as a policy body of whether you would want to allow for this sort of a lien to be a secondary lien. And there are other parts of statute where you do take that secondary position. So that's a policy choice for you. Just quickly and providing some clarity of where we're at right now. I don't think there's any county commissioner that wouldn't consider instituting this program, if somebody came forward, I think the treasurer is correct. We just don't have anybody coming forward under the current parameters, or for perhaps the reason that the good chairman mentioned of that person to person knowledge, your local treasurer knowing that sort of information maybe not be something that you want to know. There are two counties that have put forward programs in the past, Sheridan County, and just to be clear, a county has to develop the programs. That program then has to be signed off by the Department of Revenue before it can be implemented. Sheridan County did have a program many years ago. They just simply had nobody that took them up on that program. The only existing program is in Teton County, and I talked to Commissioner Macker last week, and they only have one person in that particular program at this point in time. And a lot of it goes to the conversation today about a perpetual lien. There are many individuals that just, son or daughter come in and say, we're just going to pay it rather than having it in place. But to Representative Storr's comment, if you wanted to make some other amendments to the criteria, that might open up the option. We've already talked about the lien portion of it, maybe a secondary consideration. There is a maximum deferral amount up to 50% of the property, right, wrong, or indifferent. That could be changed. You have a compound annual percentage in there. You could perhaps give discretion to the state, or if you wanted to keep it a county program, you could give discretion to commissioners to lower or remove that compound annual percentage. There is in the provisions, that right now the counties bear again that burden. All the other taxing entities receive their payments. The county holds it until the deferral is paid. And you could look at the other eligibility requirements dealing with income thresholds, age requirements, et cetera, as another way to tease out expanding this program. We don't have a position one way or the other. Counties are happy to continue administering the program if we want to keep it at the county level, but you likely will have to change some of these triggers if you want to make it more appealing to taxpayers.
Any questions, Mr. Reeman? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else here would like to comment on this bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Just to follow up on that discussion related to if the property is under a mortgage, if you look at subparagraph H on page 6, that's kind of addressed where if it is subject to a mortgage, deed of trust, et cetera, the owner can apply, provided that the holder or his authorized agent shall co-sign on the affidavit. So the person holding that mortgage would need to sign off on that if it was going to be deferred.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone? I don't see anyone online. Okay, so we'll close public comment. Members on proposal 422, 23 LSO 422, House Bill 121 from the last session. What's your pleasure with the bill? Appreciate your enthusiasm. Okay, so that bill has had no motion on that bill, so we'll just set that bill back and we'll move forward on to our next item. Then I can't hear you. Representative Storr, do you have
I'll move the bill.
Okay, it's been moved. Now I'll ask for a second. Okay, it's been seconded by Representative Oakley. Okay, let's work this little bill. Okay, page 1 and then over to page 2. Okay, is there any thought of just keeping this as a county program and making a few of those changes we talked about? Maybe help the current program? I don't know. I'm just, some of that was out there, but. Okay. Okay, Representative Oakley, you didn't, okay. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. Page 3. Any amendments, page 2 or 3? Page 4?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. Representative Northrop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my fear is that when it reaches 50% of the fair market value and it's estimated and that it'll be sold out, and there needs to be a notice to the people that it's approaching that. So I'm thinking some kind of language in there that says that when the value of the property reaches approximately 55% of the fair market value, the county or the department, whomever, shall send a notice to the person whose property it is that it's approaching, and some way of alerting them that there could be a sale.
Getting close.
Yep.
So would that be 45% or you said 55? Before you
Right.
get to half?
Before you get to half.
So at that, like 45.
45.
45%. That they're approaching that, okay.
So I'd make that a motion.
Okay, is there a second on that motion? Okay, it's been seconded by Senator Pappas, okay. Okay, so the motion is really to put when you're getting close to that 50%, that 45%, that a notice comes out, letting folks know that. Okay, everybody understand the motion? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's been adopted. Any other motions on page 4? Okay, moving over to page 5. Okay, how about page 6? Okay, and now over to page 7. Page 8.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Store.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite sure how to do this exactly, but I think the limited income definition that's in subparagraph M, which is on page 7, which relates to 250% of the federal poverty level for a household of 4. For 2023, at least at the federal level, I don't know whether it's considered at the county level, but that's only $75,000 for a household income. So I do think this may be one of the things that, one of the criteria for using this program that may be limiting. And I guess I'm not quite sure why. I think it's worth thinking about whether, we're willing to consider whether we want to have a limitation on income no matter what, or allow someone to use this program if they want to, given that not a lot of people are going to do that anyway. I would propose just getting rid of the income limitation altogether.
Okay, so that's a proposal. That's a motion.
That motion, I'll second it.
Okay, that's been seconded. Then that would basically get rid of this paragraph M, I believe, and then the conforming language is on Romanet 1 on line 8, page 8. Okay, it's been motion and seconded.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So just to clarify, so that's just one of, 5 ways to qualify for the program. So would the intent be to essentially open up the program so that to get rid of all these qualifications and that so anybody could apply for deferral? Or would you just remove income as one of the qualifications and leave the other 4?
Representative Store, I think yours was about income, but I don't want to speak for you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it's worth thinking about just getting rid of all of the criteria and maybe we think about whether there should be any criteria at all, but you know, at this point, yeah, does someone need to be 62 years or older? Do they need to have a disability? Do they need to have purchased their home 10 years ago? Or been a veteran? You know, I would argue that none of those things are really, you know, germane to the question of whether they decide they want to defer their income or, excuse me, their property tax. And because I mean, in my neighborhood, we're seeing so many people with such high, you know, thousands of dollars that if they want to do that, I think that's the only thing that really matters. So I would argue getting rid of all of them.
Okay, so your motion though is just that paragraph M on,
Right, so
on,
I could amend my motion.
yeah, sure. So you want to remove all those M and N, I guess,
Yeah,
and any
eminent.
conformity. Okay,
That's
and how about the second?
Second agrees.
Okay, so the motion, folks, is to remove all these qualifiers. Staff, you've got that. You're good. You've heard all that. Okay, very good. Members, any discussion on the motion? Okay. Sensing you're ready to vote on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, I think that's been adopted. Again, I appreciate the enthusiasm. Okay, so that has been adopted. Any other motions? I guess I'd like us to think about what I heard in testimony of just keeping this as a county program with some of these changes. The other changes out there were, you know, keeping it a county program, so I'd take a little amendment. Staff could do that. Oh, that's really in some of that 107 language, but I heard about a second lien and then this discretion to the commissioners, you know, on interest rates and those kind of things. Is there any thoughts on that, committee? Do you have any thoughts? Anybody want to tackle that or? Okay. Well, usually chair, I've made motions for, but I'm just kind of seeing how. Representative Locke.
I just want to really comment. I'm not going to necessarily make a motion, but I definitely think left at the county. I don't feel good about it bringing it to the state. I want to at least make that statement. So I would have to say, I'm not quick to make an motion on exactly how to approach that, but I definitely don't feel good about it moving to the state.
Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Representative Locke, and so I will make the motion. I'll make the
Okay.
motion that you said as far as not putting this in the state and keeping it as a county program.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Storr. Okay. Any discussion on that? And staff, you're good with that motion? That's going to go back into this section 1 and kind of undo some of that. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay, that motion's been adopted. Okay, so this now is a county program. And back to the way it currently is. And we basically, the changes are on these qualifiers. Now, are there any other changes you'd like to make, propose to the program? Okay. If I have a question, I guess, and maybe somebody, you know, who testified, if you move this to a second lien, as Mr. Reeman maybe suggested, how does that affect all this notification and all that, like in paragraph E? Or it's not paragraph E, I guess it's where that notification, how would that work? I mean, does it change that? You know, where the person has to call the 800 number to the mortgage, as the good treasurer talked about. I mean, if you make it a second lien, does that change that? To make it easier for people? I don't know. I'm asking a question. Is there anybody in the audience can answer that? Director, treasurer? Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing signs that no, I don't know.
I
So-
could take a stab at it.
Okay, Mr. Senator McEwen.
As I understand it, Mr. Chairman, what would basically happen is the property would go into default some way or the other. The property would then be liquidated. The tax or the mortgage part of the property would be paid first. I think it's safe to assume that if it does go into default, it's because the mortgage is more than what's owed on it, but that won't always be true.
And
And
the
this
person dies, for example,
the mortgage would be taken care of first and anything left over would be applied to the tax lien.
and then to their inheritance, or if there's any left over after that.
Yes, sir.
So moving it to second. I don't know. Okay, I appreciate your answer on that. Okay.
I also want to point one thing out, and I'm not trying to be cute. As we first looked at this, it has about a $200,000 appropriation. And from what I understand, it's for one person in the state of Wyoming. Wouldn't we be better off? Like I said, I'm not trying to be
No, I
cute.
hear you.
Wouldn't we be better off just sending the $200,000 to the one person?
Well, and I think with this, that's to move it to the state. Now there is no appropriation. There'd be no appropriation keeping this as a county program, as we currently are proposing in this bill. So I'm glad you brought that up because the appropriation goes away now. That's not part of it. Okay. Very good. Any other discussion on this, on liens, or I just wrote that down in testimony by county commissioners about the second lien, moving it to second place. And then my other note was discretion to the commissioners on interest rates. So I didn't know if the committee wanted to mess with any of that in this bill. Okay. All right. Any other amendments? Seeing none. We are voting on LSO 422 as amended. I think we have one more.
Well, just
Go
in the
ahead.
discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
If we can move this to our next meeting, just because of the rewrites to it, I would feel more comfortable getting to look at it one more time with the suggested amendments. I'm not sure what the motion on the floor is yet, but was
Okay.
there a motion on the bill yet?
Well, we haven't taken the vote on, but we've amended the bill and I'll look around at the committee here. I mean, I can lay it back as chairman. I can lay it back right now and we can come back with it, but I want to get a sense of the committee on this too a little bit. Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just think, from the crickets we heard at the beginning before the bill was moved, I don't think there's a big enthusiasm for this bill. I think we've changed it a little bit, but that's still the idea is, the deferment. And I think what we heard from the folks yesterday is they want to see their taxes reduced or at least a cap on their taxes. And I don't think this is very a popular idea amongst our constituents. And I think spending more time at it at the next meeting still not gonna do what the people want us to do. I think our time's better spent working a cap or working something else that the people actually want. So you do what you want, but I just think that reading the room, I don't think this is a very popular idea to begin with. So.
Okay, any other comments? And I just think too, Chairman, I mean, this bill did pass the House and I think, and I don't think this is an and or issue with like caps. I think it's just more arrows in the quiver, more circuit breakers for maybe 1,000 families out there, that might have no mortgage and say, hey, it's a better deal for me to defer it than take out a second mortgage or whatever it might be. But maybe my kids are going to inherit a little less, So I just think that, I don't think this is, relief. It's more of a tool in this for certain people. Representative Storr, I think, has a comment. Does anybody else have comments? And then Senator Ide. Go ahead, Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would support laying it back and having us take a look in November at at the revised bill, but I still support this idea. I think keeping it at the county makes sense. Asking counties to publicize the ability to use this, I think makes sense. It is a county option. Teton County is the only county that has put it in place, but I think there actually is opportunity for people to want to use this. And I would agree with your comments. It's not an either or, it's just another tool in the toolbox, but one that we should at least allow counties to decide to use if they choose
Yeah, and
to.
I think, those two letters that I received in my house over the last couple of years have been two different people in Teton County, lived there their whole life, born and raised in Jackson. And certainly be an option for them, that kind of deal, but yeah, okay. The Senator Ide and then Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this from a business standpoint, there's not a market for it, in my opinion. History has shown that it's not a program that's been utilized, other than, I guess, the testimony we had was one person out of Teton County. So, I'm not a big fan of this bill. I think that it allows people to dig a deeper hole and then get into more trouble. I think it needs, my opinion is they should address it from the get-go and, deal with the banks or whoever to get them out of hawk with their property taxes. So I'm against this bill. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support laying it back if that's where we're at. I just want to address, I think we're kind of going back and forth with it here, but to envision the different types of scenarios, and that as the chairman said, that this is another opportunity for somebody specifically looking at Teton County, somebody and everything we're trying to address here is somebody who's had their property taxes go up exponentially. Teton County is certainly a good example of that. So let's say somebody bought a house for $150,000, they've got it paid off, but now it's $1 million and their taxes are high. These are specifically the letters that we're getting. So they can use the equity that they have in their house to pay their taxes. That's something what this does. So it allows an opportunity for somebody, which is specifically what the whole gamut of what we're trying to do here. So I don't know why we would say we want to limit that opportunity for somebody. Again, it's their freedom, it's their choice. This is a personal decision, but it gives them an opportunity to use the equity in their house. So generally I support the concept. I think laying it back is a good option. Thank you.
Any other? Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to lay back the 422, 23 LSO 422 to our November meeting, and we can look forward to the kind of redraft changes in it at that time.
Okay, the motion then is to lay this back. Okay, and I don't think that's debatable, and with the amendments, so the motion is to lay it back on the table, and so we'll just take that vote. All those in favor to lay it back, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, I will show of hands. All those in favor to lay it back, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's tied. So that motion is, so we're still working the bill. Okay. Yeah, but that's my vote on the 7. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just to be clear, so is my vote was a 7 to lay it back. So it's 7-7. Okay. Any other amendments on the bill? Okay, the bill currently as amended is a county program with some changes to those qualifiers. Okay. I think any other amendments, Representative Byron, go ahead.
Well, I don't know if there's appropriate time for comments, but I think given given the situation, just because we have one household taking advantage of this in one county doesn't mean that it wouldn't be used in other counties. And I think it's really important to note that without people knowing about the program and without any advertisement or any sort of way for these property owners in rural Wyoming to know there's an option, of course, you're not going to have other people opting in. So I think that's one thing to note as we think about where we're going to go with this bill. The other thing to note is, to Representative Bear's point, reverse mortgages can be a pretty scary tool, for properties. So, in my opinion, I think that this type of a situation and this bill, obviously at the county level would be a really good tool, once again, to prevent reverse mortgages that can be quite expensive to the homeowner and really put people further and further behind. So because of that, I would vote in favor to move forward. And I think it's worth noting those two items.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? Okay, please call the roll, whether the sponsor 422 as amended.
Senator French,
No.
Senator Ide,
No.
Senator McEwen,
No.
Senator Pappas, Representative Bear,
No.
Representative Byron,
Aye.
Representative Locke,
No.
Representative Northrop,
Aye.
Representative Oakley,
Aye.
Representative Storer,
Aye.
Representative Strack,
No.
Representative Zwanitzer,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Beitman, Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 7 ayes, 7 noes.
The next bill for our consideration is number 17 on your agenda item. We're on valuation bill drafts. The first one is this property tax inflation cap 184. That I have version 4. So. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, so that we had two bills under this topic. We have 24 LSO 184 and also 185. These will kind of go together as I go through this. So start with 184, Mr. Chairman. On page 2, this would provide that residential property would be valued at 9.5%. Provided that taxable value of residential property shall not increase in any 1 year over the value from the immediately preceding year by more than the rate of inflation determined by the department using the consumer price index, or 6%, whichever is less. As we talked about this, definitely that rate there is a policy choice. And as you heard from Assessor Meyer yesterday, different states do this at different amounts. A lot of them use a flat percentage. But anyway, just wanted to highlight that, Mr. Chairman. The limit in that increase would not apply to any taxable value increase attributable to changes, additions, reductions, or improvements to the property. And then if the property is transferred to a new owner, the value of the property would be valued using fair market value of the property without any limitation for the applicable tax year of that transfer. And again, then, Mr. Chairman, the same thing, that rate is set in 2 places. So at the bottom of page 3 and over page 4 is that same language just repeated. You'll see in section 2, the effective date, this act would be effective January 1, 2025, only if the electors of Wyoming approve constitutional amendment to make residential property a separate class. And that was where the next bill is that constitutional amendment. I don't know, I'll take questions on this one first before we get into that, Mr. Chairman, or
Okay.
turn it over to Dean if he has anything to add.
Go ahead, Dean, and then we'll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal impact for this bill is on page 4 of the September 22nd memo. The first paragraph under that description is basically what Josh described. Just to add a little bit of context, though, I included a footnote on this explanation indicating that the consumer price index has averaged approximately 2.5% per year from January 93 to January 2023. So over a 30-year period, the average CPI has been around 2.5%. Just to add a little context, and I know that inflation certainly has been a big topic in this country for the past couple of years. And just looking at the measurements of inflation from January to January, because the assessment date is January 1, the inflation rate from January 2022 to January 2023 was 6.41%. The year before that, from January 2021 to 22 was 7.48%. But before those 2 years, from January 20 to January 21, the consumer price index was 1.4%. From January 19 to January 20, it was 2.49%. And from January 18 to January 19, it was 1.55%. So if you're going by the CPI in those lower years, that's setting a pretty low cap in those years. Just wanted the committee to know that. Going on to the second paragraph of the estimate at the bottom of page 4, the fiscal impact is estimated at $8 million for tax year 25. The first year it would be in effect, $18 million in tax year 26 and $30 million in tax year 27. I also did come up with an estimate for the following tax year 28. The impact would be $42 million in that year. So as you can see, the estimated impact does increase as the cap is in place for a longer period of time. I guess I would stand for any
Very
questions.
good. Any questions, members? Our staff, appreciate your work on this.
Just one.
I did, yeah, go ahead. And I have one after Senator McEwen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, as we explain the increases in this and we're using the CPI index, I remember economics classes where we compared everything to $1960 or $1980. Is it just based on our thought, we're just increasing it by the amount of inflation? So is it really a bigger impact, or am I missing something? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, I probably should have gone on in my explanation a little bit what this was based on. The estimate is further based on the projected growth rate in non-mineral property, including residential property, in the January 2023 consensus revenue estimating group forecast. And again, that forecasted growth is 3.5% per year. And I also found a projection of what the consumer price index will be in those same years. It was the International Monetary Fund actually published a projection of the consumer price index, and those projections are 2.31% in 2024, 2.11% in 2025, and 2% in 2026. So really, I'm getting those estimates based on the difference between the projected growth rates in the forecast and those projected consumer price indexes published by the International Monetary Fund.
Okay, very good. And then, did you have a question, Senator, Mr. Co-Chair? No, my question was just on residential property as it's defined in C. Is there other parts that were, I mean, is it the person that owns 10 homes? Is it a person that is a non-resident of Wyoming? Is it all residences? I guess that just want to make sure the committee's clear on that.
So, Mr. Chairman, yeah, so this would be all residential property, and haven't specifically defined that other than what the proposed constitutional amendment would say, but it would be anything that would fall into that residential category.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dean, the 3.5 underlying assumption of valuation growth for residential seems a lot low, not a bit low. You know, we heard yesterday, almost all the counties now are approaching double-digit year-over-year valuation increases. Is there going to be an updated Craig to reflect the higher, what was almost certainly going to be a higher number than 3.5?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Biden, I want to thank you for bailing me out on this because I should have further said that these fiscal impacts will be revised based on the revised projections of future property value growth, which will be in the upcoming October 2023 forecast. So based on what we've heard, based on the testimony heard that the increases are going to be more than 3.5%, that would mean the fiscal impact of this would be greater than what I'm telling you here.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, and stay tuned if we do. Yeah, let's talk about the constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, as noted, that last bill was contingent on a constitutional amendment passing. So we also prepared an alternative one. So as you know, last year, 2023 Senate Joint Resolution 3 was a resolution to create a residential property class. This draft is nearly the same, but then adds language specifically making it clear that the legislature can implement a cap to resolve any concerns related to whether that would be full value. So, Mr. Chairman, just quickly through the bill. Again, all those changes on page 2 are the same as Senate Joint Resolution 3, creating 4 classes with residential real property and all other. The new language then is primarily at the top of page 3, which says all property shall be valued at its full value as defined by the legislature, except residential real property, which may be valued at less than full value for purposes of taxation as prescribed by the legislature through laws establishing a maximum permissible increase. And then agriculture and grazing lands existing law, which may be valued through the capability of the land to produce. Then the balance of that paragraph is the same, again, tying residential property to within 40% or 4 percentage points of all other, or of within 4% of industrial. And all other would also be within 4% or 40% of industrial. Subparagraph C, again, most of this is the same. It does add a little new language there. So the legislature may create a subclass of residential property for owner occupied primary residence and a second subclass as the legislature determines necessary for just valuation of property. Each class and subclass of residential real property may be assessed at a different rate as determined by the legislature. And then subparagraph D, all taxation shall be equal and uniform with each class and subclass.
Okay, any questions on that? Who has Senator Ide? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question on page 3, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's, I remember we discussed this in the last session, that 4% or 40% from industrial. How does this change the rest of all other in that as far as that language goes here? You're addressing it as residential. Does it stay the same for commercial and agriculture? Likewise, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide. Yeah, so the language there, it uses some of the existing language, but it would say it would keep both of those tied to industrial property. So percentage for industrial property shall be more than 40% or 4 percentage points more than a residential property or more than 40% or 4 percentage points for all other. So keep both of those tied to industrial property.
Representative Locke has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get this clear in my head, talking about that exact same section. So with that, does that mean that, for example, can you set the residential property cap at 2? What effect does that have? Can you kind of walk me through that so I fully understand that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so what it would do, and I'll use, our current rates of what, 11 and a half?
11 and a half.
11 and a half for industrial, 9 and a half for all other is how it currently is. So with this, it would keep both of those. You would need to be, we determined last session that 4 percentage points or 40%, you could take all other currently down to about 8.3. What this would allow the legislature to do would be to still keep those within the same rates, but you could have them be different. So you could have residential at that 8.3, you could have all other at 9.5, you could have industrial again staying at 11.5. You just couldn't move either of those more than that 4 percentage points or 40% from industrial.
So I think his question, if you moved residential to 2%, industrial and commercial and all other would be about 2.8.
Correct, Mr.
Maybe
Chairman, you would have to
40%.
move industrial down. If you wanted to move residential down, you would need to 2, you would need to move whatever 40% of that. You could get industrial as high as 2.8 or whatever that would be, Mr. Chairman.
I think it's a huge protection that our previous folks who served in this capacity did back in the 40, 50 years ago when this was all kind of redone. But yeah, that's a good question. So 2% would be about 2.8 for everybody else. You'd have to move them all. So, okay, very good. Any other?
If I can follow.
Okay, a follow-up with Representative Locke and then back to Senator I.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so for clarification, I'm going to kind of shift that question a little bit, but in terms of the annual cap itself, that clause doesn't impact that.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. So that would be a separate, from my understanding, that would be a separate.
I think the constitutional amendment piece, the question you're asking is about the assessment rate. The other question is the valuation question. So, okay.
Thank you.
Senator I.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just, I liked Tony, Representative Locke's follow-up. That's kind of where I was going with that. My other question is, so just in simple terms, does that mean we're shifting the burden to those other classes under all other? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, not necessarily. I think it would just make it clear that those are separate classes. So it would give the legislature some flexibility if they wanted to, but it certainly wouldn't require any changes out there. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, we heard yesterday, from the assessors, I think Mr. Meyer's presentation and his recommendation was, since we're going in and doing a constitutional amendment, why not just pull them all out and create all these separate categories so we don't have to, so we can save our future legislators the headache of having to go through what we're going through now. Is this bill draft a vehicle that could accomplish that, or would that take would we have to do a lot more work to pull those others out as was recommended yesterday?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Beitman, certainly if that was the direction this committee wanted to go, I think it could be done within the same bill.
Any other questions, staff, while you're here? Okay, thank you, and stand by as we might call on you again. Any folks here and would like to testify? Let's and we'll really take both bills together. I mean, we can talk about both these bills, joint resolution and the evaluation piece. Get our assessors here. Come on up. Are you guys gonna tag team this or are you going first? How do you wanna?
Mr. Chairman, we'll tag team, but I'll start first if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr.
Just
Chairman,
for the
members of the
record.
committee, Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor. I have one big question about, and I'm on the draft 184. I'm on the inflation cap bill. On page 2, line 17, where it starts the language, the limit on an increase in value under this subparagraph shall not apply to any taxable value increase attributed to changes, additions, reductions, or improvements to the property made in the prior year. I need some clarification on that. If we're going to just take the improvements and not put the limit on them, that's going to be a substantial challenge for us to do. If the intent is that any property that's had changes or additions or improvements, then that would trigger it to go to the full market value. That's fine. I just need some clarification there. Maybe the word significant change could help. We were talking amongst the assessors about if you put a new deck on your house, does that trigger that's a change when we go pick it up? You've put a new deck on your house. Does that trigger it going from the limited value up to the full market value? And then how would we, if we have to value that deck separately at full market value versus would be a little bit tricky for us to do. So if you wanted significant, the word significant in there where rules could define what significant is, a percentage of the total value or something. But the way we read this right now, those improvements and changes and additions would not be subject to the limit, but everything else on the property would be subject to the limit. So just some clarification. And I think Mr. Meyer has some other questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Go ahead.
I'm Pat Meyer, Park County Assessor. Mr. Chairman, I had the same inquiry of what Dixie was saying to start with. I explained to you how different states did it. Some with changes still remain at limited market value according to other houses like that. And that's how Arizona did it. Other states, yep, when you change something, but they always have significant changes. And significant changes is not like putting a new roof on. That has nothing to do with market. Just costs. It costs you money, but when you go to sell your house, if it's a roof, it's a roof. You don't get anything more for it. And things like that. So you would want to have, I'd put in significant anyways, and a lot of that could be in rules if the person that transfer owners is going directly to it. And the other one was just, Mr. Chairman, was just what Mr. Chairman Beitman was saying. Now, this was the bill. If we were going to pull those out now, this looked like the bill to do it at. And somewhere it looks like we have caps. So to the value, do we have to make a constitutional amendment to add in if the legislation desires to value at limited tax value too? I don't know if we change statutes or if the previous cap bill 184, if we get the constitutional amendment, are we then allowed to put caps on and so forth? So that would be the question. Maybe that's a question for the LSO.
Right. And when I look at your last question there, Assessor, when I look at the joint resolution on page 3 at the top, that was really the change that LSO made. Because our Constitution requires full value, but may be valued at less than full value for the purposes of taxation. It's prescribed by the legislature. So I think
that takes care of it. Yes.
That's the big change for
Right.
this constitutional amendment. That
Correct.
I'm looking over at our staff I'm getting.
Yes, that was the intent of that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, does that
answers my question?
Okay, what else do you have for us? So that word significant, I wrote down in my notes on line 19, attributable to significant changes.
Right. And I believe if we wanted to do something with like Arizona does, by not going directly to market value and going there, I don't think we would have to have a constitutional amendment. I think we could discuss that as we give you more information if this is the desire of that legislation.
I don't know if I'm gonna go to Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess a couple things, Assessor Meyer, I don't understand what you're saying as far as not needing a constitutional, like, I don't know how the full value, I mean, it's written in the Constitution that they must be, assessed at full value. So the cap thing, I don't see how we get around that. So I guess if you'd address that. And then the other thing, I'll just ask them both. In discussing the caps, right, with the bill 184, talking about the rate of inflation, and we've heard, 1.5%, 2%, things like that. And with your presentation yesterday, I think over a 20-year period or something like that, you said the current rate of the average for like over 20 years or something in Wyoming was like 6 to 7%, I believe. And so I just would like your opinion on, this rate of inflation as far as using that number. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Oakley. Let's see, we have had increases average statewide of 4 to 7%. That's where that was coming from. I was using a 10-year sliding scale to come up with a medium of 5.64 or an average of 8% for this year. If we use the sliding scale, we were leaving that open. In fact, if you recall, I wanted to be able for the legislation to be able to raise that increase level if needed. If not needed, that's fine. And I wasn't holding anybody to a 5% or 6% thing at this time. That was just one idea. I thought we needed a constitutional change to say that we don't have to go to fair value. That's what full fair market value. That's what the Constitution Amendment is all about, or part of it, pulling out residential. And as we discussed yesterday, this would be a good time to pull all of them out. So we don't, just like Chairman Beitman said, so we don't have to address this in the future again.
Any other questions? Okay. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just add some clarity here, and I think that you and I are in agreement. The Constitution says the full value as defined by the legislature. So that gives the legislature a great deal of leeway. Unfortunately, in statute, we have not used the verbiage full value. We've said full market value, and then we've given the definition of that to the department. And so we have the ability to change all of these things without, I believe, an amendment to the Constitution. Would you agree?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear. Well, this is why I'm still a little set on this. That's why I keep going back and forth. I don't want to have that constitutional amendment and then we didn't get what we were really looking for or the ability to. So I'd want to make sure the LSO know it's whatever they tell me right now. If they're saying we're okay right now to proceed, then I'd say we're okay. And we can fix the rest.
I think we've had this discussion over the last 4 years, and we've got a matrix out there of kind of red light, yellow light, green light. And I think this was, Josh, maybe you want to, Mr. Anderson, talk about your legal analysis on this specific issue, just to review for the committee. It's certainly not a green light. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, and as you referenced, this is all kind of put out in that matrix that we discussed at the last meeting. So two pieces, I think, on implementing a cap. So number one is, we've generally talked about this as, being just for residential property. So I think, you would, if you just want it for residential property, you would need a constitutional amendment for that. The second piece is, you know, if you had residential property separate, would you need that additional language in this for, you know, making clear that a cap would be authorized? The concern there is, it does say full value as defined by the legislature. So number one, you know, how far can you get from full value? Even with that caveat that it's defined as defined by the legislature, I don't think that's clear. And then number two, and subsection C, it prohibits the legislature from creating new subclasses. And so the question is, you know, if you have certain properties that are getting the benefit of the cap and certain that aren't, have you then created a subclass? And so that's the concerns there. Again, I don't think we have a lot of clarity on how the court, you know, might interpret all that, but that's kind of where we've raised that issue.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I think so for us to, you know, we want to be successful with this, you know, I mean, we had this discussion a couple of years ago. Let's just pass the caps and it's legal till somebody sues us. And then but I think we want to do this right and let people know, hey, we vote for this. This is a cap on residential growth and to be successful with it. So it's hard to predict what would happen, but trying to get out in front of this and do it right. So, okay. Any other comments that you have, Assessor Huxtable?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to go back to the Bill 184 for just a brief second. On page 2 at the bottom of that, where it makes it very clear if the property is transferred to a new owner, the value of the property shall be valued at fair market value. If that same clarity could come to the other part where the changes are, that's really what we're asking for is the intent that it goes back to full market value when there's a significant change or not? That's a clarity. I just want to make sure that we were on the same page with that. Thank you.
So the word significant then doesn't fix that part for you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it certainly helps, but it still doesn't clarify whether you are taking the significant change to full market value or if it's just still the limit. It's still confusing for me. The significant is important because it makes a difference whether you're going to set a value change in maybe rules or something that says a significant is 15% of the total value, not just a deck. But it doesn't clarify whether that change gets to go to full market and the rest of the value stays at limited value. Whereas down there, when it transfers to a new owner, it's very clear that goes to full market value. So I guess what I'm asking is if any changes, additions, or improvements to the property create it to go to full value, please say that. And whether you put the word significant or not is your decision to make, and it certainly would be helpful. But
Do you have any suggestions for language right in there? Or and we're approaching lunch. Maybe we, 12:30 is our lunch,
Sure.
but maybe we can figure this out and we can keep working this.
I
But
can work on that.
okay, Representative Bear has a question, comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a suggestion and I'd like Assessor Huxtable to look at this possibility maybe over the lunch break. If we took the word not on line 19 and struck that to where we're not going to reassess based on those things. And my understanding is we're talking about the cap here in particular. You will still continue to reassess like you always do when there's additions or changes to the property, but the cap would apply to the entire property. So you don't have to separate out that part, these additions, these other things, and or change the way that the property is assessed. So I'd like you to think about if we struck the word not in there and on line 19 of
I
page
think
2.
that's it. So let's just talk about that as committee. So then the idea, let's say you have $100,000 house and you put a $10,000 and maybe it's the cap value, full value is at 120 and you're at 110, but you put a $10,000 bedroom on or something. Well, then it would go to 110, not 125 plus the 10. Is that kind of what it would still be under that cap value? You would add the full value of the bedroom to the limited market value, not the full value. That's what I think you're That's an Arizona term, I think, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe we're going along the same lines. The cap would apply to the overall assessed value, whether it was before there was any additions or after the additions. And since the assessor is going to evaluate those additions, then the cap would apply to all of it the same.
So that example of 125 where the cap value is 100 and you added 10 grand to it, then it's going to go to 110, not 125 plus 10, not 135. That's how I think you're saying that. That's how I.
And Mr. Chairman, I understand what you're saying.
And I think by his example there of taking that knot.
I think if we get the constitutional amended, we can come back to this bill and work this bill, and I can give you some better ideas or some more ideas to consider at that time. Right now, we're just trying to keep it around.
I think or Representative Bear, I think ponder that a little bit, that knot. And I'll ask our staff, we'll think about that a little bit here as we keep working. Okay, any other? And then I wrote down the word significant at the end of line 19 after 2, attributable to significant changes. Okay. There are other thoughts. Any discussion of Representative Wanitzer?
Maybe it's a question for what other states do if it's non-intentional. So if it's an insurance claim, you have a hail damage or, your neighbor's tree falls on your deck and you have to rebuild it. I don't believe you should be held responsible at that point. Are there some kind of safety mechanisms built in?
There are, and Mr. Chairman, Representatives Winter. There are, and I mean, we're looking at 25 states. There's a lot of difference. They're all doing it different. Arizona, you still would say at limited market value, according to like houses and their limited market value. So it's not just you stay at that one. When you purchase a house, you don't go right to market value. When you add an addition, usually to make a big change in the market, you got to add square footage on and stuff. If you're just remodeling the inside, you may or may not get more money for your house. That's not significant and so forth. But if you put a big addition on and you're adding square footage, that's when it's probably time to go to market value because you've changed everything.
What your last sentence there said. So you said when somebody changes something significantly, then bump it up to market value.
Well, bump it up to market value of what other like houses with the new square footage are now getting. So they wouldn't go straight to market value in Arizona, but they would in Oklahoma. But in Arizona, that's why I wanted to try to keep that equal. So I didn't have the new people or one people buying a house and paying all that money and the other people with the same house right down there. So they would get analyzed with bigger houses and to what they're selling for and their limited tax value.
Right. And we just want to make sure we get this right. I think we're all on the same page on this. Just want to make sure we say it right.
Gotcha.
The details matter on this. So,
yeah.
Okay, perfect. And we've got some time to work on it after today and even after this session. So very good. Okay. Any further discussion, questions of the assessors? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. And stay tuned. Okay. Are there other folks here who'd like to testify on these two bills? Other folks here in the audience, anyone online? Okay, members, let's start with 184, the property tax inflation cap bill, 184.4. What's your pleasure, committee member? Is there a motion on the bill? Move the bill. It's been moved by Mr. Co-Chair, seconded by Senator Pappas. And then, okay, so let's just start on the front. Let's flip over to page 2. Are there any amendments? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose an amendment to this with the outside chance that the conversation with LSO that it could be unconstitutional by carving out residential. I would like to make an amendment that we just make it all other property in this bill. And then I don't think we have that problem, and it's something that we could get relief to the people at the next session without waiting any longer. And if I don't know if LSO wants to chime in on that, but that's the way I understood your testimony, is if we don't separate these properties at this point, if we include all other, we can make that just through the legislature without a constitutional amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Senator McEwen. Okay, any discussion on the amendment? Who wants to go? Representative Swanson.
I just a question, and maybe I wasn't totally paying attention. Is that all other classes of property? So all commercial, all industrial wouldn't go up more than the consumer price index every year throughout Wyoming? Is that how I understand the amendment?
Senator,
No, I'm just referring to all other, which would be commercial, ag, residential, and I guess personal properties included in that as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks for that clarification. Any other discussion? I'm looking. Okay, Representative Bear.
Just for the sake of discussion, I would prefer if it did cover all other. And I think that's what the good assessor was trying to point out, is that it should cover all. And that's why, as the good chairman mentioned, in our Constitution, we have these safety levers that keep us from getting one group taxed higher than another. I've been in discussions with people in the industry for minerals. It's a little bit perplexing how we might do that in the mineral division, but I do believe that a fair tax system would have this cap apply to all property tax. It's a little bit convoluted when you get into minerals because of the monthly payments and the fact that it's taxed at 100% of ad valorem, but that would be my preference, that it covered all, not just other. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second? Is there? Actually, we have a motion. I'm back up. We have a motion that just to do the all other class, which is commercial, personal property and ag with this, basically changing that residential. Okay, any more discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman,
I'm sorry.
Chairman Harshman, I would just indicate the estimates I gave you was just on the residential,
Yeah,
not on the all other.
No.
So this would
No.
make the impact greater.
Yeah. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, please say no.
No.
That motion has not been adopted.
Question.
Okay, all those in favor, division would be the call, and division being called. So go ahead and raise your hand, those of you who voted for it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those voted against it, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That motion dies on a 7-7. Okay, are there we're on page 2. Are there other motions? Representative Wanitzer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On page 2, lines 16 and 17. Let's see, I want to start determined. On line 14, delete by the department, all of line 15, all of line 16, and line 17, statistics or. So basically what that motion does is take out the consumer price index and just says we're capping it at no more than 6%. You'd need to delete whatever is less as well. I just think the CPI is too low for the competitive dynamic market we're in, but I'm okay with a no more than 6% each year over time would be my motion.
Second. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear here that what we're saying is that based on the numbers that were presented by LSO and this idea of removing the CPI is that we're going to allow government who we are budgeted based on a fixed taxation. So we're going to have government grow at up to 6%, not limited by the rate of growth of the economy. So by removing the CPI, we're saying that government can grow greater than the economy. I think that speaks for itself, that if we limited the growth of our government to, where the economy is growing, I think that's a fair limitation on the growth of government. Thank you.
Discussion. Representative Block.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I wanted to add to that, if you look at kind of the income increases over the last few years for people, again, much lower. So I think that CPI needs to remain in the bill.
Okay, any other discussion? I think the co-chair and I have been talking about this, just I don't know, making this simple and, kind of talking about the Arizona cap of 5%. And we heard from the assessor, Wyoming's been we've lived on, I think it was 4.5 to 7 has been the average over the last 20 years. So I don't know, that's, we were talking about 5%, but this motion's on 6. I guess, would that be a friendly motion to move that to 5?
Mr. Chairman, that's fine with me. I think that's the opposite of what I just heard though, but it would still be to delete the CPI. And
Yeah, just to
you
move
can
that
leave it
number
at-
from 6 to 5.
Sure.
Kind of make it a simple cap similar to Arizona and other states, but
I would amend my motion for it to be 5.
okay. All right, just to make that simple, I think, kind of what I'm hearing. Okay, any other discussion? Senator Pappas.
So the motion is still to delete the CPI, but move the 6% to 5.
Yes, sir. So the motion now is just delete that CPI, make this a simple 5% cap, similar to the Arizona cap. It's kind of what we've heard, and I'm just, we've all had our side discussions about this, but anyway, just trying to make this thing pretty simple and pretty predictable. Okay, any thoughts? Any other discussion? Okay, question. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. I'll just do that now. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. So that has all those opposed to the motion, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that motion is not passed. Okay, are there any other motions?
Mr. Chairman.
Who's that? Who has?
Me.
Oh, Senator Pappas. I couldn't.
Yeah, I just.
Senator Pappas.
Yeah, on line 19, I wanted to insert that word significant at the end of the line.
Okay, line 9. Add significant to the end of line 19. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Swanson. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose?
No.
Okay, that motion has been adopted. Okay, any other amendments on page 2? Go ahead, Representative Block.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to amend the 6 to 5. Just looking at the numbers, I did a quick calculation. And if we look at the way our property has shot up in value, so if you look at 6%, and if you think about the way our property has shot up and the full value can go up, you could have a significant increase in prices, and we could see that 6 in repeated years. So you're looking at properties doubling roughly in about 12 years. That still seems a little bit oppressive to me. So I would like to throw out moving that to 5. It's still, I'd love to push it lower, but I think that's more, it at least pushes it to, a 15-year doubling. So I wanted to throw out or a move that we move that to 5.
Okay, is there a second? Second by the co-chair. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that's been adopted. Okay, any other amendments on page 2? Okay, moving to page 3. Any amendments on page 3? Okay, moving to page 4.
Chairman,
Is that Senator Pappas? Okay,
I believe that we'll have to change the percentage again.
I think that's conforming.
Is it
Yeah.
conforming? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other amendments on page 4? Okay. Are we ready for questioning on the bill? Representative Bear.
This really applies, this motion really applies to all pages. It starts on page 4, part of it, and then ends on page 5. So I just wanted to make sure I got in here. Here at the end of the bill, we're qualifying this based on the passage of the constitutional amendment, which the discussion says is absolutely required. I agree with that 100%, that if we're going to break out and do a cap on residential property, it would be unconstitutional without that amendment passing. So as I mentioned earlier, what I would like to do is task LSO with changing this bill to cover all ad valorem tax. So that would be mineral, industrial, and other. And putting the cap that we've applied here in this bill onto all of those, which would clearly be constitutional and would clearly limit the amount of revenue coming into the state based on the cap. Thank you.
So where precisely the line and what word do you want to change? Page 4, line 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would require changes back on page 1 all the way through page 4. We would no longer need here at the end this paragraph, which requires the passage of the amendment. So all that language could be struck. On line 1, I'm sorry, on page 1, we discussed this being for real estate ad valorem in particular. All that language would be struck and it would simply be for all ad valorem taxes. So this would include all of our mineral taxes, all of our industrial taxation, and all of our other taxation. So this would be very broad. Obviously, there would have to be some crafting of language to deal with the minerals because it's taxed in a bit of a different methodology than the other 2 divisions. But the motion is to have LSO draft that into this bill.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Senator McEwen. Okay, any further discussion?
Question.
Oh, I got a question.
Co-chair has a question.
Just a question on how it would work with the price of oil, the price of gas, and the price of coal. I mean, that's so volatile. My worry is I agree on the premise, but I worry that will just kill the whole bill and then we won't have anything. And so I'm trying to salvage something. Can you walk us through how that would work on the mineral prices and trying to cap something that's so volatile?
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. It's a great question. And it's going to take a great deal of effort from this committee to nail all that down. But currently we have that volatility based, as you mentioned, on the price and based on the volume. What this would do would remove the volatility based on the price. The issue that I see that would have to be addressed is when the price, we would have to set a price just like we would on a home. We set that price back to a certain year when we were discussing ad valorem. We did that. We'd have to select a price for those minerals and then apply the CPI or the 5% to that price at that point. So then the volatility would only be based on volume. Now, the difficulty that has not been mentioned is if the price actually falls below that price that we determined that everything would be based on. We would have to have some sort of a mechanism there to protect both the taxpayer and the state if that price dropped below that. Hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Co-Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll vote on this amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
No.
That amendment has failed. Division being called, please raise your hand if you voted for that amendment. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That amendment has failed. Okay. Representative Swanson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move an amendment on page 4 in section 2 on line 16 to make the act effective. That'd be July 1st, 2025. Because we don't know if this is going to pass or not. I don't know how all of your assessors and your treasurers are going to have this process kind of figured out until the next tax year, which would start in, July 1st of 2025. Then they'd know if the amendment passes, but I think it would be an administrative nightmare to try to switch over everything halfway through the tax year.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Representative Northrop. Okay, I think that's an administrative issue, kind of. I'm looking over. Okay,
Mr.
all
Chairman.
right. Any Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I didn't understand the proposed amendment. Right now, it says January 1, 2025. Are we suggesting we put it back until 2026?
It'd be the middle. Mr. Chairman, I would assume it would be the start of the tax year, July 1st, 2025, unless the Department of Revenue thinks something would be better. Maybe I can call.
Maybe we'll pause here and phone a friend on the Department of Revenue if you want to. Just make sure we're.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative. So the assessment date in Wyoming is January 1. So typically with property taxation bills, we make the effective date January 1. So if it's January 1, 2025, it's applicable to the 2025 tax year.
Oh, right. Okay.
I guess before I withdraw it, when I have Director Henson, any trepidation that Constitution Amendment goes through and then we're ready to go either way in 7 weeks?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions right now. If to simplify, if we had a percentage that we could apply, I think we could implement that. We're going to have to wait until that consumer price index has been established. And so to apply it. And so that's a piece of that. There's some clarifications that I think we can identify. One of the questions that I had in reading the language while I'm up here. So when you say attributed to the improvement, let's say to the property. So I think there's a question, does that maximum cap, so if I've got a house and it was all in place, but I added on an attached 2-car garage. So is it required that the assessor determine just the value of the attached 2-car garage and not apply the cap to that piece? Or excuse me, the other way around, not apply the cap, I'm sorry, not apply the cap to the 2-car garage, but you do still apply the cap to the original structure that you had previously? Or when you change the property significantly, does that mean that the entire property goes to fair market value and the cap's not applicable. So that's just one question, but depending on how that plays out, I think we could implement the year following the constitutional amendment.
I'll withdraw the amendment then, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, the amendment's been withdrawn. Thank you, Director. Okay, so we're ready to, I think, to vote on this as we have as amended. 184.4 draft. Please call the roll.
Senator French,
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen,
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Bear,
Aye.
Representative Byron,
No.
Representative Walk,
Aye.
Representative Northrop,
Aye.
Representative Oakley,
No.
Representative Storer,
No.
Representative Strack,
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer, Co-Chairman Beitman,
Aye.
Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 10 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to this draft resolution. Okay. We've had the explanation of it. Members, any questions? Just flip through it, page 1 to page 2. Okay, page 3, Mr.
Mr. Chairman?
Co-Chair.
Yeah, I think I'll throw it, I'll run it up the flagpole and see who salutes here on the pulling out the other all other categories to make separate categories. Like I mentioned earlier, I mean, we could save future legislators the headache of doing this if it needs to be done. So let's do it now and see what you guys think and pull out commercial and ag to be separate. So yeah, residential, commercial and ag is separate categories.
And then personal property.
And personal property.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there a second by Senator Pappas? Okay, any further discussion? LSO is good with the amendment? You got it? Okay, Representative Bear?
Just a comment. I'd love to apply that amendment. I was trying to get to the last bill to this, so we'll go with the good co-chair's amendment instead.
Any
Mr.
discussion?
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
Senator Pappas.
Yeah, we'll have residential, commercial, ag, and then we'll still have an all other property, right? Category still.
I don't think so. I think we'll go commercial.
Do we need enough to keep, because what about personal property?
That'll be spelled out.
Personal will be
property.
separated.
Yeah, it'll be separate.
One clarification,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. Would you want that 4 percentage points and 40% to apply to each of those categories?
Oops, keep it the way it is now, Mr. Chairman. We can debate that. But this first motion, let's just break them out and then we'll have the discussion of that later if somebody wants to make a motion. But I just wanted to make sure we split them out now, have that vote, and then we'll see how this discussion goes from there.
Okay, everybody understand the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, or let me ask you this, there is a second, right? Senator Pappas, got it? Everybody's good. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no. Okay, that motion has been adopted. Okay, are there other motions on this proposed constitutional amendment? Okay, seeing none. I think we're ready to, any question being called? Okay, I think we're ready to call roll on the joint resolution is 185 working draft 3.
Senator French,
Aye.
Senator Ide, Senator McEwen,
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Bear,
Aye.
Representative Byron,
Aye.
Representative Walk,
Aye.
Representative Northrop,
Aye.
Representative Oakley.
Aye.
Representative Storer,
No.
Representative Strack,
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer,
Aye.
Co-Chairman Beitman,
Aye.
Chairman Harshman.
Aye,
Mr. Chairman, we have 13 ayes, 1 no.
very good. Okay. We're just 10 minutes behind. Okay, members, we're going to break for lunch, and let me just look at this agenda. It says to be back at I think we can come back earlier, can we? Can we move a little ahead? Let's go 1:45. That'd be all right. Okay, and then next up will be the excise tax administration issues with the sales tax division. Mr. Fanning has been waiting patiently. We have a long bill there. I'll just tell you, members, I think I want to hear the discussion on each of these items in the bill, but I don't think we're going to work on this bill today. I want to hold, because it's like 20 some pieces to it. We're going to need to take our time on that bill, and I think it's really well done. Appreciate your work. A lot of it's real simple. Some of it's going to take a little time, but I want us to be educated on all these pieces, and we'll go through that and then work the bill in our November meeting. And then after that will be state lands, where we really don't have a bill, but we're going to hear about some issues. Okay, very good. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:45.